Yeah, I forgot to record, so it's okay. So as I said, in this session, we aim to uncover how smart building technologies can be harnessed to enhance energy efficiency, reduce carbon footprints, and improve overall environmental health. We will explore groundbreaking research, case studies, and theories that highlight the role of intelligent design and technology in crafting buildings that are not only efficient, but are conscientiously aligned with our environmental responsibilities. So we will fortunate to have with us a distinguished lineup of speakers whose expertise spans across continents and disciplines. They will share insight drawn from their extensive research and their professional engagement, focusing on how smart technologies and strategic design can transform our built environment into sustainable, responsive, and adaptive spaces. In any case, I encourage each of you to engage actively in today's discussion, which is very impressive. Questions, critiques, and maybe most importantly, visions, how you can contribute to the evolving landscape through your work and influence. Just let us remember opportunity to mold the future of architecture into one that respect and respond deeply to the pressing environmental issues of our time, which is very significant that we have to consider. Thank you for joining us at this essential discourse. Let us inspire and be inspired. And I will start to share my screen. The first research that we have today is toward an alternative way of thinking and doing the built environment in the digital age, the technological object, and spatial agency in interactive space. This is by the PhD candidate, Bakur Fattah, and Dr. Chogi Ali, PhD candidate, also PhD candidate, Hamaloy Najdat, to see. So I will share my screen. Are there any of them here?
Yes, good morning, how are you?
Yeah. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So share my screen. Just one question. Could you hear the sound properly?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to repeat the presentation and let's start. This is the first presentation.
Sir, I can't hear the sound. Please, could you check the sound?
Sorry, is there anyone who cannot listen to the sound?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir, we can't hear.
We can't hear the sound, please.
Okay, it is shared. Okay, I'm going to share my screen once again. I think there's a problem here.
Okay.
Still, you cannot hear? Hello? Anyone could tell me if they can hear the sound properly or not?
Yet we
Yes,
can't.
the problem is still.
Okay.
Case study, which is the Spatially Intelligent Art Center project. As we can still the sound now as an intelligent,
It's okay now?
Buildings. Yes, it's okay.
Okay.
Intelligent buildings. The design research team of the project has developed various use cases that are classified into three conceptual frameworks. These frameworks and to integrate and guide the principle of spatial intelligence within the context of the project. The first framework is the interactive co-creation, which englobe four intelligent principles: talking screens, theater walls, getting our center spatial, and getting our center spatial with the foot traffic analysis. This image corresponds to the previous intelligent principle. The second framework is the user location specific content activation, which englobe and address the three intelligent principles, which is the see through and side outside, sentiment projection, pro direction through activation. This image corresponding to the previous intelligent principle. The third framework is the intelligent navigation, which englobe vertical windows and specifies through time. Results. And the results, this first map shows the actor network theory mapping, which actually in human and now human accent with their agency corresponding to their white in the network. The user is the one of the most important actors with height, weight, and height between centrality. According to Calon, it's called the focal actors. The space also with their important central role and high total link strength. According to Calon, it's called obligatory passage point. This map also shows the density of actors and highlight the agency and the importance of the technical objects in the network, in which include sensory interaction, data, prototype web, augmented reality, application, wall projection, interactive screen, and digital archives. This map also shows the principal and the key cluster subsystem the interactive system networks of the case study. This map also shows the 8 subsystem or clusters in which are digital interactive solution, spatial computing, interactive media, and user experience, archive and interactive learning platforms, interactive digital experience, interactive environment, and application development and smart spaces. This graph of correlation we obtained by analyzing the data shows the key actors or the spokesperson in each cluster or subsystem. This linear graph of actor network theory shows the key mediators in the network, which are 3D prototype web, 3D map, AI application. This map also shows the boundary object using a fractionalization method of calculation in the both viewer. We can define the space as a boundary object. This map also shows the influential subsystem or clusters or the important clusters in the network of our case studies. We can define space computing clusters as the most dominant subsystem within spatial intelligence arts center project. Finally, we have here a global circular graph of actor network theory, which gives a holistic overview, and another global linear graph of actor network theory of the case study. Conclusion: this study presents a practical application of actor network theory through the mapping controversies method by defining, visualizing, and analyzing the relationship technical object in an interactive space system. This research highlights on how technological impact human interaction within this space. Smart device provide detailed information on the characteristics of spatial agency, which can affect, empower, engage, involve, and enable users to take control of their environment. This study also explores the concept of building as living organism, suggesting that with the relevant technology, they can evolve into perspective, responsive, and intelligent entities that engage with users. The results and the methodology framework of the research can serve as a guideline for architects in the design process. However, future research can expand on this by exploring other interactive spaces as innovative learning environment. Additionally, future research should address the intelligence in the midst of architecture. Thanks.
Okay, we will go to the next presentation, which is integrating building management system in high-rise structure using building information modeling. This is by Assistant Prof. Dr. Purva Mumdar and architect student Shlok Agrawal. I will
Hello everyone.
let me share my screen.
My name is Shlota Dawar.
The sound's okay?
And I am honored to stand before you today to present a paper titled Integrated Building Management System in High-Rise Structures Using Building Information Modeling with my co-author Dr. Purva. Imagine a building that knows when to turn off lights and adjust the temperature based on occupancy. a building where maintenance tasks are scheduled automatically and potential issues are identified before they become problems. This is, a, this is the promise of modern building management system. Building automation system or BAS are at the heart of this revolution. They use sensor and IoT devices to gather data on various aspects of building environment and activities. Imagine sensors detecting which part of the building are in use, allowing the system to make energy saving adjustments to HVAC and lighting system. BAS can even monitor and operate building system remotely, making maintenance and administration tasks easier for the building manager. Another technological advancement is the building information modeling that is changing the way we design and construct buildings. BIM involves creating a digital model of structure that includes comprehensive details on structural and operational attributes. The integration of BIM and BAS is where the magic truly happens. By combining these technologies, high-rise buildings can achieve new levels of efficiency and effectiveness. Imagine using BIM to produce intricate 3D models of tall buildings, including details on building system. This information can then be used to automate HVAC system, generate control plans, and simulate performance, leading to more efficient HVAC configuration and installments. Current research is focusing on further enhancing the integration of BIM and BAS. For example, combining BIM with lighting automation system can optimize energy conservation and lighting settings for the user comfort and energy efficiency. This, coupled with parametric design enabled by BIM, allows for automatic changes in lighting layouts based on design elements, further improving energy efficiency. As we can see in the flow chart, there is major 7 heads under the building management system that are fire safety, lighting, HVAC, plumbing, security, solid waste management, and acoustics. These heads have their own set of tasks and activities that are controlled using sensors across the heads like the occupancy sensor, thermal sensor, while some of them have very specific sensors involved like the smoke detector, the carbon dioxide detector, and many more. This figure shows us the flow of data in the whole building management system. So first the sensor detects the data and sends to the local area network. The local area network collects the data from the sensors and acts as a portal between the sensor and the central server. The central server collects the data from the local area network, process it and analyze it and takes the action. In case of any malfunction in the whole process, there is a feature known as the override feature where the user can override the action that is being sent by the central server. Coming on to the framework of the paper, as we know that BIM is currently being used for architectural, structural and MEP modeling. But how about we expand its horizon to further incorporate building management system that will include the lighting control, HVAC maintenance, solid waste management, on-site technical service, water management, mechanical maintenance, security, plumbing and fire detection. This framework will enable us to look beyond the existing way of construction and will revolutionize the way we see the whole industry. To further break down the whole process as to how it will be executed on site. At the beginning of the project, from the brief and the requirement, the architect of the project will do the planning, layout, and create the BIM 3D model that will be given to the structural engineer and other consultants to add to their field of expertise to make a 3D BIM model of structural, MEP, and HVAC systems. Once these models are created, a clash detection will be run on the combined model to check for clashes in between the MEP systems, HVAC, and the structure. In case of clash detection, these models are revised and once again a clash detection is being done. Once the clashes are cleared, the placement of occupancy sensor, security sensors are placed in the model and again the clash detection is run to check for clashes. Once the clashes are resolved, another set of sensors are placed like the thermal sensor, lighting sensor, temperature sensor and other. Once all the other sensors are placed, a final clash detection is done to check and resolve the remaining clashes in the project. Once all the clashes are cleared, data of the sensor placement is exported and the project is being executed on the site. So, to further understand the framework, a model was developed to integrate BIM and BAMS system. In this building, the basement was used as the parking and for other building services like the fire pump room, electrical panel room, tank, and other things. At the same time, the control room of the building management system was also located in the basement of the building. As we can see in figure number 5, occupancy sensors are located in the basement as per the sensor range and the use in a particular region. While in the figure number 6, we can see how the surveillance of the building is being done through the old way of CCTV. But what if the old and new technique merges? Then we have the sensor-based parking lights. These lights turn on and off uh, on and off on its own once it detects movement, leading to energy efficiency and also helps in case of intruder location. As we can see in figure number 7, the placement of parking sensor light in the basement. Figure number 8 shows the wiring connection and other connections that is needed for the building management system and the building to operate. At the site level, we have the major issue of access control, for which automatic number plate reader and automatic boom barrier are installed at the entry. And at the same time, surveillance CCTV, camera, and sensor-based system lights are being used as shown in figure number 10. At the ground floor, where there is a maximum number of public entering the building, there is the use of RFID readers and face camera readers for access control and to filter out normal general public and the employee of the building by restricting the permission of access. Figure number 13 and figure number 14 shows the other sensor used in the ground floor like the occupancy sensor and the sensor based WB and WC that allows water management system to play an important role. At the first floor, where there is very restricted access, RFID readers and face readers are installed at every door, which gives the user flexibility to control the permission of the user entering the building. At this floor, since the number of people are restricted, there have been the use of sensor-based lighting system that has been operated by the building management system in the basement, which turns on and off as per the occupancy of the room as shown in figure number 17. Figure number 18 shows the whole building wireframe model showcasing the conduits and other wiring fixtures of the whole intelligent building. In conclusion, the integration of building modeling system and building management system offer significant benefits for architectural, engineering, construction sector. By incorporating BMS and BIM modeling, projects can experience streamlined planning processes, resource saving, and faster decision making. This integration also helps in detecting clashes between building components and automation system, ensuring efficient building design and operation. While this study is focused on access control and surveillance, further integration of other automation systems like fire safety, acoustics, HVAC, and plumbing holds a promising future for enhancing the overall efficiency and effectiveness of the building management system. Thank you so much. With this, we conclude our paper.
Okay, we will go to the other smart housing.
Hello, I am Gülhar Coşkun. Now, I will talk to you about my studies titled Smart Housing from a Disaster Resilience Perspective and its Effect on the Real Estate Sector in Istanbul. Academic studies have mentioned smart house when reviewing national and international literature at the intersection of disaster resilience and architecture and interior design files. Smart homes have become the highly sought-after recommendation within the real estate sector. Many projects are marketed under the same smart home label despite the differences in the automation system they contain. Hence, exploring the reality behind increasingly popular smart home concept shaping the real estate market is crucial. This study aimed to elucidate the impact of smart homes on the real estate sector, which has become a significant component of national and local strategies and action plans within the framework of resilience objective worldwide. This study focused on the megacity of Istanbul, where the Great Marmara earthquake is anticipated quite soon, and therefore their house prices are incredibly high for newly construction structures. The study revolves around the three main questions. What are the prominent concepts in contemporary smart home designs? To what extent do smart homes fulfill the criteria? What is the influence of the diversity in automation system on housing price? Initially, bibliometric analysis, a quantity search method, was utilized to understand the evolution of smart homes. Later, during the file study, location-based data analysis and semi-structured interview were conducted focus on the selected region and project evaluation the available of diverse automation system and their impact on housing price in Istanbul. For the literature review, articles on smart housing were filtered. The filtered data sets underwent co-occurrence analysis using VoiceWire software to identify key terms and visualization relationships. Finally, mapping technique were employed to illustrate the interconnection between the examined co-occurrence analysis and the visual representation of the data. In the file study in Istanbul, these districts include Beşiktaş and Kadıköy, targeting the upper income group, and Kağıthane and Maltepe, catering into the middle income group, were selected. From these four districts, 80 projects were selected based on their presentation for sales under the label of smart building and their classification as high-rise structure with more than 10 stories. Queries were generated using GIS for four designed district and upper and middle income group. To examine the authenticity of smart house marketing in Istanbul, two projects were selected as samples from the University of Smart Home project based on their diversity of automation system and comparatively more affordable price within the upper and middle income categories. Semi-structured interviews were conducted with two experts working in each selected two projects in technical and sales office and their respective office. For confidently purpose the study represented the project as Project A, located in Kadıköy and targeted the upper income group, and Project B, located nearby the Maltepe and targeted in the middle income group. This section classified the result of the analysis into three distinct headings. In the examination conducted for over 80 projects, the smart home automation system used in building were ranked from most preferred to least preferred, as shown in figure 4, and 17 housing automation systems were identified in Istanbul. Based on the visualization generated by VoiceWire, 403 common keywords were identified and analyzed. Prominent keywords and their relationships such as algorithmic cost, service network, feature activity, person patient, and quality project highlight interaction among the four fundamental research areas: information technology, engineer, human, and environmental life. The most frequent using keyword identified were sensor, internet, energy, and security, unveiling the relationship with other subcomponents of smart home systems. In co-occurrence analysis for distinct clusters have been discerned. Two of these clusters are related to the opportunity offered by the smart home facilities and the systems inherent to smart home. The remaining two clusters are associated with infrastructure and beneficial places. Based on the analyzed work, the facility systems and infrastructure that distinguish homes as smart are determined, as the concept includes sustainability, energy saving, efficiency, usage, comfort, provision, workload, reduction, security, establishment, and safety. Smart home automation system encompasses all these concepts, can also be remotely controlled, and emphasize the importance of energy efficiency. The overlay visualization of the world derived from the analysis of academic studies conducted over the year has provided insight into evaluation of the smart homes concept and its present state. Upon juxtaposing in the insight diverse from the studies and users' expectation of smart homes and the definition of the smart home concept in the literature, the characteristics of smart home have been delineated as defined in Table 7. The facilities, systems, and infrastructure identified to classify homes as smart based on the words examined through bibliometric analysis are presented. The file study collected data from real estate website and the construction company site for project A and B. In project A, no smart home system is currently ready due to the non-implementation of the anticipated software. In project B, the system have not been uniformly implemented across all types of apartments, and none of the promised system have been deployed. In Turkey, where major earthquakes are expected, soon buildings should be made mandatory to integrate early warning system according to Turkish building earthquake regulation. It was found the fire extinguisher system are limited only to place required by regulation. Hence, it could not claim that smart homes in Turkey, primarily preferred for security reasons, effectively create resilience against disasters. The semi-structured interview could not, in the file study, determine that only some of the systems promised during the project marketing phase actually exist in practice. Customers were unaware of this situation. After examination smart housing project in Istanbul, it has been discovered that smart homes have diverged from their original purpose and component became instead object of conception of symbol of social studies for the upper and middle income group in society. Like the file study categorized smart homes based on their home automation system would facilitate more informed decision and mindful conception. Since home automation device already possesses the certification, establishing smart home certification would allow for objective evaluation and assessment. With smart home certification in place, more dependable outcome could be expected in meeting user expectation and price in the real estate market. Future studies on smart homes should strive to identify the additional benefits that smart homes could provide users in cities where threats such as earthquake, global warming, climate change, and security are rising and resilience is becoming increasingly crucial. Furthermore, proposing new inspection system for identify definition and errors and developing an objective assessment system to enhance access to smart homes for different income groups should be key objective of future research on smart house. Thank you for listening. If you have any question, I will be here to answer. With smart homes.
Okay, let's go to the last one. Effect of building materials on sustainable facade design.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sheyda. Today, I will present to you my article, which is called EN0259, about the effect of buildings material on sustainable facade design. Today, I will discuss a topic that lies at the intersection of artistry, innovation, and sustainability. Facade design in architecture. From the earliest human settlement to the sprawling metropolises of today, architecture has been the canvas upon which humanity has painted its aspirations, values, and ingenuity. And at the forefront of architecture expression, standards of facade. The outer face of building that not only shelters us from elements, but also serve as reflection of our collective identity. Architecture, which must accurately reflect cultural and technological development. At all stages of civilization, is very exciting as it is the most concrete image of human history. In this presentation, the facade design will be focused on four main topics. First of all, facade design before the Industrial Revolution. Secondary facade design after the Industrial Revolution. Then sustainable facade design with today technology. Finally, sustainable facade design with future technology. Human beings have been trying to create space since ancient times. Architecture is the art of creating a space. It reveals the cultural, economic, social, technological, and intellectual reality of society. Throughout history, designers and builders have tirelessly experimented with materials and techniques to create facades that not only endure but also inspire. From the humble adobe bricks of ancient civilization to the towering glass skyscraper of modern cities, the evolution of facade design mirrors our society, marked by process, innovation, and adaptation. Architecture styles before the age of enlightenment lasted for centuries without need for new construction techniques on existing materials. Change in structure occurs through formal search rather than technological searches. In the 19th century, new building types were needed due to migration from villas to cities, due to production and compression. Due to the wars, there was a housing deficit that could not be met with the traditional construction method. Development in materials and techniques have industrial concretion, resulting in factory products gaining promising. New materials such as iron, glass, and concrete become the building elements of new age. But as we stand on the principle of new era, characterized by unpredicted environmental changes, the role of facade design takes on new significance. The improve for sustainable has complete architecture and engineers to reimagine the very founding of building design. Intrinsic principle of energy efficiency, resource conservation, and environmental stewardship. In this pursuit of sustainable architecture, facade emerges as a critical battleground. It is here. In the interface between built environment and the natural world, that we have the opportunity to make profound impact through the adoption of smart materials, advanced technologies, and biometric principles. We have the power to transform facade from positive structure into active against change. Example of sustainable facades, consider for example the Al Bahar Towers in Abu Dhabi, where photovoltaic cells embedded in the facade harness the power of the sun to generate clean energy, or BIQ building in Germany, where LGA filed panels profit water and produce biomass, reducing carbon emission in the process. These are not just buildings, they are testament to the transformation potential of sustainable facade design. But our journey towards sustainable does not end here. As we look into the future, we must continue to push the boundaries of innovation, exploring new frontiers in material science, biotechnology, and digital fabrication. Projects like the LilyPad, a visionary ecosystem floating on the waters, showcase the potential of biomimetic architecture to create environments that are not just sustainable, but resilient. In this stable process of building evaluation from Çatalhöyük to LilyPad in terms of changing facade materials of the buildings and its effects on the buildings are seen. In conclusion, the facade is more than just a surface. It is a symbolism of our commitment to building a better world. As architects, engineers, and citizens of this planet. We have responsibility to ensure that our buildings not only reflect our values, but also embody them. Through sustainable facade design, we have the power to shape future that is not only beautiful, but also resilient, inclusive, and sustainable. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Sorry for this. Okay. Any question? I think this is time for the questions. Do you have any question about the research that we have done so far? Is there any question regarding the first research, which was toward an alternative way of thinking and doing the built environment in the digital age? I hope that one of the PhD candidates or the Dr. Chugwai or candidate Hamloui Najed, if I am spelling it correctly. Yeah. Any question here? Honestly, I have a question here. My question is for the first research, which is toward an alternative way of thinking and doing the built environment. This one, the researcher used this ANT, which is the actor network theory. My question is related to the what is the relationship between actor networking theory and agent-based modeling? Since they are talking about actors, and those actors normally, the factors that affect those actors are not static, it's dynamic. So my first question is, wasn't it better to use agent-based model? What was the reason to use ANT? Anyone of them's here to?
Yes. Hello, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, there is an holistic or big relationship between actor network theory for Bruno Latour and agent-based modeling.
Yeah.
But I think that actor network theory is more holistic approach than agent-based modeling, because actor network theory it treats the social issue and the technical issue at the same time, in the symmetrical way and at the same time. But agent-based modeling, it focus more on the technical actors.
Okay. Then I have another question, which is I'm interested. I was interested in this research. You showed some heat map for the connection between the actors, and I'm just wondering which those map based on the centrality of some actors. So I was just curious to know, because I was not sure about the centrality actors based on what, because if it is density or it is connection or it is betweenness or it is closeness, I didn't get it from the image since it was gone very fast. So I appreciate if you provide a clarification on this.
Yes, thank you for your interesting question.
Yeah.
This software or this map is based on network analysis software, like VosViewer, RAWgraph. This software allows to map the actor network theory. There is no fixed method to visualize actor network theory, but there are various methods. our method that we used in this research is based on those viewer because it allows to visualize network analysis. This network analysis software allows to show or visualize networks of actors based on their co-occurrences, based on their text co-occurrences, and based on the total links strength between the actors. For example, when we take text, when we take text, the software, the calculation of the software based on the co-occurrence of the words in the text. This we use this.
So it is based on the on the viewers. You said it's connection.
Yes,
number of the connections.
The total strength of connection and the co-occurrence words in the text.
So what if we have two persons that they don't have much connection, but they are very important to connect to each other? Yani if you have two groups, for example, like here, two groups. For example, one group here, they have too many connections, the other group too many connections, but there's one link here, which doesn't have many connection, but it is just connected to the other group. Like it has one link. So in case of networking, I think, which we call it betweenness.
Yes.
So I think in terms of networking, this is very significant to show, because this is also, these links are very important between, they don't have connection, but it's still, they are very important to connect the whole network together.
Yes, it's very interesting idea. This is called in network theory boundary object. Boundary object, it is between one or more than one cluster or subsystem.
Thank you. I think there's a question. Yes. Yes, you can go, Dr. Schlock.
Hello.
Yeah.
Actually, there seems to be a problem on the side of Dr. Udo. So he has a question towards the first presentation.
Okay.
That what do they mean by when they say a better life or a good life?
Well, with sustainable design, life quality is gonna get better, and this is gonna be better life for users and all the people around the world.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any question? You are muted, Dr. Shada. You are muted.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's okay. Any more question here? Honestly, I have another question, but I want to give space to the audience here to ask their question. So if there is no question, I will ask one last question to the last research, which was sustainable effect of building materials on sustainable facade. Yeah, Dr. Shada, you are. Yeah, you mentioned Al Bahar Tower. Okay, it's a nice tower, which is in Abu Dhabi, I think.
Yes.
But I am always very curious about those type of buildings, since we are talking about the sustainability, and I know there is a low cost and the cost of the initial cost and the running cost for such buildings. But I'm always was asking, do you think this Al Bahar Tower really is a sustainable building? Because when you think to this type of technology that they have used the facades for moving the facades and those things, I think it was possible to make it, if we are using the term sustainability, I think it was possible to make it in less cost, with less material, with more proper material. Don't you think it was just for I just want to understand this. If this type of building is really, we can call it as a sustainable building.
I agree with you. There's a to think about this. One way, it's cost very much, and it's also not available for all around the world. So we need the get, and when we trying to get them in Abu Dhabi or Turkey or another place, because a carbon footprint for this way it's not sustainable. But another way, like Abu Dhabi, it's handled cooling and warming and very different ways. And that way it's sustainable and high technology. But for cost and the way we can use them, the way we can get them, it's not sustainable.
Yeah, it's remind me of using bamboo in some countries. Bamboo itself is a sustainable materials, but if you are going to import it from, for example, from Thailand or China to our country, the cost of bamboo will be more higher than to use some other material that which is available in your country. So this is my question. That was my question. Really, I have been there for more than 10 years, and I know their climate and the atmosphere that they have. Thank you, Dr. Shreida.
Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. Any other question? We have 1 minute. Okay, if we don't have, if there's no question, we will go to the other research, which is the promoting sustainability in Bahraini primary healthcare centers. I think this is very interesting. So let me share my screen. I think it's shared. You can hear the sounds properly?
We can hear yours.
Yes, we can hear you.
Tom.
Your screen is not shared yet.
Hello, Dr. Mustafa.
Yes.
We can't see the screen yet. Sorry, we've been writing in the chat, but I think you haven't seen it. We can't see the screen, or can we hear the presentation?
Sorry for this.
It's okay.
Yeah. I think we should go back. I should go back.
Rainy
Yes,
primary
and
healthcare
we can see it
centers,
now.
framework for environmental responsibility. Healthcare buildings are responsible for approximately 4 to 5% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and a hospital in the US is also known to generate approximately 7,000 tons of total waste on a daily basis. Despite this, the healthcare sector has the potential to significantly contribute to reducing its ecological impact and addressing climate change to advocate for a healthier future. However, there's limited awareness on environmental education and training. The aim of this study is to outline strategies for cultivating a culture of sustainability within primary healthcare centers in Bahrain, promoting occupants' environmentally responsible behavior and consequently reducing the ecological footprint of buildings. So we start off by a literature review, followed by understanding the current condition of primary healthcare centers, followed by the perception of occupant behavior, and finally, a proposed framework that offers valuable insights to stakeholders and serves as a roadmap for promoting a culture of sustainability. Sustainable development is such a popular concept nowadays. It's multifaceted, it's multidimensional, and despite its varying dimensions and definitions, it's become such a necessity within design and within the realm of architecture. Many countries are actively aligning their efforts with the Sustainable Development Goals. However, the building sector has been relatively slow. There's still this gap between understanding the goals and implementing them, especially within the assessment tools of green buildings. The term sustainability has also become very popular within the healthcare sector, as healthcare buildings have a significant environmental footprint through energy consumption and waste generation. And therefore, it's really important to look at these sustainable healthcare buildings or green healthcare buildings and try and understand how they can promote sustainability. And this is done through green practices, non-toxic environments, green cleaning, waste reduction, and it has several benefits such as expedited patient recovery. It leads to shorter hospital stays. However, there are many challenges to implementing these different elements within buildings. And occupant behavior is actually one of them. It's significant in decreasing natural resources and minimizing environmental impact. However, there's a lack of awareness about how this is achieved. Now, we can see that there are many green building rating systems in place, going all the way back to the 1990s. And these systems provide a framework for healthy, efficient green buildings. Currently in Bahrain, we have 33 LEED certified buildings. However, we still don't have a national rating system. And there are many barriers of implementation, such as high cost, having LEED brain, being static systems, and it lacks focus on environmental behavior. It's a missing element within these green building rating systems. And Bahrain is heavily focused towards moving towards sustainability and having these green initiatives, and we can see a lot of them already in place. For example, Bahrain's government plan, which was placed in 2019, Bahrain's Green Building Code, the environmental laws, Bahrain's National Vision 2030, and finally the net zero emissions by 2060. And although all of these are in place, we can still see there's a gap of occupant behavior to address sustainability issues. and occupant behavior can actually affect energy use by 4%. So we need to make sure that this is aligning with the green initiatives. And research also highlights the importance of having a culture of sustainability in order to enhance environmental responsibility. And this can be driven through behavior, which drives performance and transformative change. So to summarize all of that, occupant behavior is seen as such an important factor in sustainable buildings, and it holds such an immense significance in achieving an organization's environmental objectives. And we can see that there are many factors that influence or enhance environmental responsibility and promote sustainability within the healthcare industry. And these include the Sustainable Development Goals, having green design, having national initiatives set in place, green building rating systems, a focus on occupant behavior, and having appropriate management with the goal of achieving environmental responsibility. Now we can move on to the data collection, and we can see that the first part is the in-depth interviews, and the purpose of this is to understand the current state of primary healthcare centers and the extent to which sustainable strategies have been implemented. This was conducted between December and January 2024 through phone interviews with specialists and experts from the Ministry of Health in Bahrain, and the findings confirm that primary healthcare centers in Bahrain have already started implementing sustainable initiatives in line with the Vision 2030 and the UN's SDGs. Just as a point of clarification, during the interviews, it was made very clear that the research is on primary healthcare centers because the statistics and indicators differ between hospitals, primary healthcare centers, and public health centers within the country. The findings from the Ministry of Health interviews confirm that there are many sustainable strategies in place, some of which have already been implemented at certain hospitals and primary healthcare centers. The results highlighted that there is a pressing need for awareness and a behavioral shift towards greener practices and a culture of sustainability for the implemented strategies to truly achieve their intended effectiveness. As for the second part of the data collection, it involved a questionnaire which was conducted online, and the purpose of this was to assess the perception and awareness or the factors influencing comfort and strategies towards a culture of sustainability. And we have a total of 173 valid responses. The findings from the questionnaire underline the widespread awareness of green buildings and the willingness to participate in environmental programs and initiatives, and it emphasizes the importance of early integration of sustainable education. The results from the SPSS analysis show that neither gender, age, nor frequency of the visit are statistically significant or have an impact on the perception of green buildings, their ability to impact well-being, or on the selection of strategies that promote sustainability. Based on the data that's been collected and the analysis of the findings, a framework has been proposed for environmental responsibility, and this is to promote sustainability through enhanced occupant behavior, and the strategies are categorized by either physical context, which is the green design, or the structural support, which is more managerial. For the physical context, we are suggesting alternative transportation, having local trees on site, the integration of green technologies, and having architectural environments that increase opportunities for environmentally responsible behaviors, such as educational signages, local materials, recycling, and so on. And when it comes to the structural support, it looks at leadership, management, collective efforts, having policies, green building rating systems, national initiatives in place, and finally providing environmental education and training. So in conclusion, the results highlight different strategies related to the physical context and structural support to improve occupant behavior. And the findings also help develop a framework to promote sustainability through environmental responsibility. And the study's translational nature can be extended to other healthcare buildings and offer valuable insights to drive policy level change through environmental awareness. The results of the study offer valuable insights to stakeholders, providing them with a roadmap for fostering a culture of sustainability. There are a few limitations which are acknowledged in this research, which are the sample size may not represent the entire population, and further detailed studies of specific centers are required. So future research can look at identifying specific primary healthcare centers which require targeted interventions based on their energy usage and function. And thank you all.
Thank you.
Thomas Edison, the great inventor.
We will go to the other the impact of built environment on student social and cultural sustainability in educational campuses. Please let me know if you can see the screen and the sound properly.
Hello, I'm happy to be here. This is Dunamasa Anant Madaki, a student of Alanya University. Permit me to stand on the already existing protocol. The title of this paper is The Impact of the Built Environment on Students' Social and Cultural Sustainability in Educational Campuses, with Istanbul Okan University as a case study. Educational facilities house different variety of people. It could be from different nationalities, different ages, different personalities, and by nurturing vibrant, inclusive spaces, students are empowered to thrive, connect, and leave an indelible mark on the fabric of their educational journeys. Therefore, this research paper aims to investigate and understand how the built environment within the educational campuses influences the social and cultural sustainability of students. It also aims to clarify the complex relationship between spatial design, architecture, and long-term viability of educational facilities, and also examine how physical spaces influence social dynamics, cross-cultural interactions, and campus lasting legacy. The materials and methods that will be employed during the course of this research are a mixed method approach, which involved reviewing of existing literature, analyzing of case study of existing campuses, and a user survey of some Okan University students. The research questions that are going to be addressed here are social interaction. How does the built environment influence the students' social interaction? Cultural sustainability. To what extent does the physical environment contribute to the cultural sustainability of students? And lastly, the students' preferences, which is also very important, a very important point. We have to know the preference of the students. What preferences do students have regarding the campus facades? After all the investigations were done, results were gotten. Now we'll speak about the user survey. The user survey included 61 Okan University students, which varied from different nationalities and of different category in their educational lives. Some were of postgraduate, some were in their undergraduate, and some stayed on campus, some stayed off campus. So in order to get a generally acceptable result, we had to involve students of different kinds of categories, put their ideas together, and come up with a solution. So the students shared varied ideas concerning their perceptions, experiences, and preferences as regards the educational facilities built environment. Some students like to spend their leisure time in indoor spaces, while others prefer the outdoor spaces. When they were asked about how the facade of the building, the built environment affects their mood, a large percentage of them felt, wow, yes, this really affects our mood. The way the built environment is presented affects our mood, while a minority of them felt, no, they were indifferent about it. And secondly, they were also asked how they interact culturally. If they have, maybe during their stay in the campus, have they been able to interact with people of various cultures? A lot of people were affirmative. Yes, but in little percentage, about 20% said no, they have not. So I think that may have to do with the kind of person, individual they are. Then they were also asked how the campus facade, the campus environment, how if they feel connected to the campus environment when they are on campus. Yes, about 76 of them said yes, they actually feel connected to the campus, while about 30 or thereabout percent said no, they don't feel connected to the campus. And the participants were also asked if they could recommend a facility, an educational facility, educational campus to people, to others, based on the facade, and the majority of them were affirmative. They were like, yes, we recommend it to people. Once it's a very comfortable, and it meets up to all our expectations. The facades are good and meets up to all our expectations as students. Yes, why not? We are going to encourage them. And from all the results and the research, we have come to realize that the campus environment surpasses mere just the physical construction. Research findings reveals that from the user survey, we realize that yes, it affects their mood.
Once everything's perfectly organized, I'll start working on my thesis.
Welcome to this tutor.
I think it's finished. So yeah, it is done. It is done. Thank you. We will go.
And it meets up.
We will go to the other one, which is an overview of the solid waste management scenarios in urban residential settlement in India.
Hi everyone, my name is Nilofer. I'm an architect and academician by profession. I'm pursuing my PhD from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, India, into the area of solid waste infrastructure in urban residential settlements. Today I'm here to present my work with my guide, Professor Badna Jha, on the topic on an overview of solid waste management scenario in urban residential settlements in India. So just give me a moment, let me share my screen. Yeah. So I will start my presentation with my paper abstract, which aim to conduct a systematic literature analysis of the current state of solid waste management in Indian urban residential settlements, identifying challenges, gaps, and potential solutions. India's urban waste management system are causing chaos due to population density, insufficient and lack of infrastructure, and segregated waste, improper collection and disposal, which posing environmental and public health risks. It is found that income significantly impacts solid waste content, with low to middle income individual producing organic waste more in quantity, whereas high income individual producing dry waste like paper, metal, and glasses. And interestingly, a correlation has been found which exists between geographical positions and economic status of waste characteristic or composition. The paper concludes the urgent need for adequate infrastructure, effective treatment, and recycling strategies to solid waste, emphasizing composting as the most environmentally friendly method. Therefore, public perception, willingness to pay, clear laws, social community activities, and regular public campaigns are pillar of effective solid waste management. So why there's a need of this study? So as for many authors and research, it is found that 77% of the waste generated in India is dumped in open dump sites, 18% goes composting, 5% for recycling. Therefore, there is a lack of collection, segregation, recycling, and disposal. Improper waste management and handling from transfer stations to landfill. To reduce expenditure on hauling small quantities of waste into regional facility transfer station may be established. Whereas in 2016 laws, the bulk waste generator, the generators who generate more than 100 kg per day, it is mandated that waste generated by these generators be treated and processed within the premises, with residual waste being distributed to local agencies. Also, it is found that as after collection, the wet waste composition is sent further to composting plants or disposal that are at a distance from the urban local bodies or the site of waste generation, which increases the transportation costs, avoided energy, carbon footprint, and manpower, as well as in handling and transferring waste from one place to another. Inappropriate waste management raises greenhouse gas emission, and uncollected waste has a harmful effect on health and environment, which results in declining quality of life. Whereas SDG Goal 11, it indicates that by 2030, reduce the adverse per capita environmental impact of cities, including by paying special attention to air quality and municipal and other waste management. So I have used a PRISMA method for my systematic review. So I chosen the keyword municipal solid waste management, treatment and disposal, infrastructure, environmental health. And also doing the research was found that there was a major shift from 2015, 2018 till 2021. Like there was a boom into the area of waste management globally and also into the Indian scenario. Now coming to my aim to study the solid waste management scenario in urban residential settlements in India. And the objectives are to study the present solid waste management practices in India. Second, to identify issues and potential areas related to solid waste management based on zero waste concept in the existing built environments of authorized or planned residential settlements. Now, starting from the global scenario, so the world generates 2.01 billion tons of solid municipal solid waste annually, with at least 33% of that not managed in an environmentally safe manner. So waste generated per person per day weighs 0.74 kilograms, but ranges widely from 0.11 to 4.54 kilograms. So it is found that region with high income countries, North America, Europe, and Central Asia, generates about 34% or 63 million tons of the world's waste. Daily per capita waste generation in high income countries is projected to increase by 19% by 2050 compared to low and middle income countries. Whereas as countries rise in income level, the quantity of waste cyclable in the waste streams increases, especially paper increasing more significantly. Food and green waste comprise more than 50% of waste in low and middle income countries. So if I talk about the global waste disposal scenario, 37% of waste is disposed of in the landfill, 33% goes for open dump, 19% goes material recovery through recycling and composting, and 11% is treated through modern incineration. So the best examples, if you talk about in terms of waste management, so the practices are circular economy. Of course, Copenhagen's goes at the top because they have a vision for 2024 to recycle 70% of their waste in terms of resource and waste management plan 2024, and then the zero waste, which mandatory recycling and composting in San Francisco, US, and Australia, and many more. So there is also found a 3R model towards reduce, reuse, and recycle, mostly towards Japan and South Korea. So if I talk about now to the Indian scenario, so we have policies started like which majorly come in effective mode as 2016 solid waste management rules, plastic waste management rules. Then we have a manual from MHUA, and then the Swachh Bharat mission comes in 2014, which is October, and with a drive called Clean India by ensuring cleanliness and sanitation, taking care of both solid and liquid waste. And after that, there was upgradation in this scheme of Swachh Bharat in 2019, which was known as Urban 2.0. And now coming to the scenario of India, it says that January 2020, there was 147,313 metric tons of waste generated per day from 84,475 wards. And it was found that per person or the per capita is 450 grams per day, and it's increased by 1.3% annually. Maharashtra generated the most with 22,080 metric ton per day, which is from 7,322 wards, while Sikkim generates the least with 89 metric ton per day from 53 wards. And among the union territories, it was from Delhi generating the highest amount of waste, which is 10,500 metric ton per day, whereas the Daman and Diu is at lowest. So now coming to the dump sites, like so India still has 3159 operation dump sites, and Uttar Pradesh leads with 609 dump sites. Now coming to the technology practices, so basically the technologies for reclaiming dump site, the first one is biocap, the dump site, and the second is biomining and bioremediation. So capping is not the first option in order to prioritize for environmental safe legacy waste management. Capping should only be considered for a maximum of 10% residual rejects after biomining of stabilized waste. In comparison to capping, biomining is a less expensive method for getting rid of garbage hills. So if I talk about Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0, so it's emphasized on source segregation and processing waste, which is biodegradable and non-degradable. Then only inert waste and processed projects unsuitable for biodegradable or non-biodegradable waste management. Not more than 20% of the total waste may be sent to landfill. Now, if I talk about Swachh Bharat Mission, it has a focus on circular economy, a strategy towards material recovery and reuse, a way towards eco-friendly, because it will require the complete reutilization of material and eliminate waste. So this is how the hierarchy goes from prevention to disposal. And I mean, of course, an economic system that replaces the end-of-life concept with reducing, alternative, reusing, recycling, recovering material in production, distribution, and consumption processes. So as I said earlier, Copenhagen is the one which is a great example, especially when you talk about circular economy. Now, so there was an assessment done in 2018 to 2020. So by this report, it was found out that there were different parameters like source segregation, where the cities like Indore, Panaji, and Leeds. But in terms of biodegradable waste management, there's Masuru, Bengaluru, and Bobble leads, where in the different umbrellas of material processing, Bhopal, Surat, Jamshedpur, then plastic waste management, Bangkok, Kumbakonam, and then your it's a long list. I mean, it goes on. So as I was saying that the source segregation, you can see over here that how they have different compartments for their source segregation. Then again, the biodegradable waste, where they're talking about the composting, then the material processing, where how they are upcycling or reusing the material, then plastic waste management, like how they're segregating different typology of plastics in the area of Goa, Sikkim, and Tamil Nadu. Then the construction and the demolition waste, like Delhi and Gurugram, which is really working hard with the construction demolition waste. And it's also leased in Swachh Selection assessment. Now, in terms of sanitary waste, it is Pune, Maharashtra. Then, if you talk about innovative models, there is Odisha model, there is Maharashtra and Kerala, which is majorly focused on decentralized and community-driven model with micro-composting centers and material recovery facilities. So, whereas it was found out that Leh and Panaji, to popular tourist destination, produces significantly more waste than the national average of 0.3 to 0.5 kg per person. So after coming with all the literature, there was a finding and observation in terms of environmental, which was find out that compared to recycling and incineration option, the integrated solid waste management approach significantly reduces the carbon emission or greenhouse gas emission. Composting is more environmentally friendly method, reducing greenhouse gas emissions in terms of economy, creating avenues for the circular economy through recovering and recycling material. In terms of organizational improvement, in terms of required resources and infrastructure, ULB often lack proper infrastructure and confront strategic and environmental and institution problem, including limited capacity, financial constraint, and political will. Then the governance of the policy, so there should be clear laws, social community activities, regular public campaigns, and fee methodology, which are, again, a strong pillar for effective solid waste management. So as a geo administrative, there should be a solid waste composition, like as we all know, by income with low to middle and high income. So it is interestingly found, as I said, mentioned, that there's a correlation between geographical position and economic status with waste characteristic of composition. And also it's taken as a consideration to implement the life cycle assessment model to select appropriate waste management algorithm to evaluate and find a suitable solution. So the social culture, again, the public perception, and an effective plan towards collection, segregation, processing of solid waste, and the management, which talk about from collection to the disposal, of course, the your collection plans, your route maps, your vehicles which are you're using, and of course the processing, the technology. It is found that composting is an economical, sustainable, and environmentally friendly method of processing organic waste. So again, coming to the a need of infrastructure. So there was a research done by one of the NGOs. It says that we cannot continue to add more waste to these landfills. The master plan should allocate localized waste management center for people to treat waste within their locality. So yes, there is a need. Now, if I try to so to sum up my gap identified in terms of global policies and regulations and manual, it was found that in terms of waste sector at urban local level, there is no guidelines in law which talk about site requirement, selection, capacity in terms of ergonomics, in terms of like high clearance flooring, roofing for waste infrastructure, towards parking or the vehicular roadways. So there is no guidelines on site roadways, going and parking. In terms of waste treatment spaces, like infrastructure, recycling, and composting, there is no guidelines or law which talk about access treated lease, like electricity to operate equipment, sliding, water for facility cleaning, restroom, and drinking. So therefore, there's no effective guideline for waste infrastructure at the urban local level these days, or so far in India. So just to come to the conclude the remarks or the discussion and conclusion. So previously it was found that most of the studies were focused or themed were based on solid waste management, treatment technologies, LCA tools, addressing health environmental effects, stakeholder roles, GIS for environmental impact assessment. But due to lack of improper waste management and infrastructure at the ULB level, it was found that urban local bodies face challenges such as inadequate infrastructure, limited capacity, financial constraint, and political will. Improper solid waste management can pose environmental and health risk. Improvement in terms of educate or required resources and infrastructure. Also, ULB struggle to handle the massive amount of solid waste generated by rapidly rising population. Therefore, there is a need to establish waste processing and material recovery, handling, transferring, and disposal facilities at a ULB level. And also, as Solid Waste Management 2016 rules mandate that waste generated by waste generators be treated and processed within the premises, with residual waste being distributed to local agencies. And also, as it said that gated communities within over 5,000 square meter of area must partner with local bodies for segregated waste, collection, recycling, and processing of biodegradable waste within their boundaries of premises. So therefore, the research or the further the progress or the way forward can be taken up to research more on retrofitting of solid waste infrastructure in urban residential settlements and how it works in conjunction with existing solid waste management practice. So this research is conducted to this gap. So basically, there are two things now. yes, there is a need of infrastructure at ULB level, and also to think about it, how these existing infrastructure, how these gated communities, where the government of India, with the help of laws 2016, have been mandated that within their premises, either they are bulky generators or either they are gated communities over 5,000 square meter of area, they have to dispose of the wet waste within the premises. So yes, there is a need to understand what kind of infrastructure can be come up with proper guidelines, manuals, and of course, taking care of environment and surroundings. So yes, these are the references I have taken up, and yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And we will go to the last one, evaluating the efficacy of biophilic design in achieving sustainable architectural objectives. Let me.
Good day, everyone. Dr. Paul Agola. I'm here to present the PowerPoint for the 7th International Conference of Contemporary Affairs in Architecture and Urbanism, taking place in Istanbul, Alanya in Istanbul. Okay, the title of my presentation is Evaluating the Efficacy of Biophilic Design in Achieving Sustainable Architectural Objectives. And this is an insert from the expert. I'm presenting on behalf of Professor Orakish Hamad, Dr. Moyem, and Dr. Yiridrim. In terms of introduction, biophilic design is not mere a trend, but a comprehensive approach in designing spaces that prioritize human well-being, and it reduces environmental impact and contributes to the overall sustainability and resilience of the built environment. Its significance lies in the potential to create environment that nurture both individual and the planet. Therefore, biophilic design incorporates the application of biophilia theory to the field of architecture, city planning, and landscape sustainability. Research gap, aim, and objectives. Conducting study that consider the unique socioeconomic, cultural, and environmental factors shaping the architectural practice and built environment is the main target, the research area covered by this study. The aim and objectives. The aim is to document the concept and strategies of biophilic design in reaction to the increasing threats to the environment in recent times. While the objectives of the study focuses on direct impact of effectiveness of biophilic design towards sustainable architecture and the indirect impact of effectiveness of biophilic design towards sustainable architecture. And lastly, we try to test the several hypotheses related to the effect of incorporating biophilic design and principle into the urban planning, architecture, and the built environment. The hypotheses generated are: hypothesis number one, incorporating biophilic design principle into the urban planning and architecture will improve human health and well-being as well as the environmental sustainability of the building. And also, we try to test hypothesis 2, which states that biophilic design intervention in the built environment will positively influence waste reduction and cycling behavior. And also, hypothesis number 3 tested why the application of biophilic design in urban setting will it mitigate the urban heat island effect. And number 4, will biophilic design principle in architecture positively impact on energy consumption pattern? And lastly, will implementation of the biophilic design strategy in urban spaces contribute to the increased biodiversity? Materials and method. We employ a mixed method study where we make use of both quantitative and qualitative data collection and analysis method. So various factors of biophilic design strategies were extracted from literature and were consequently viewed by the respondents, who are the expert and the professionals, via online survey questionnaire. And also, we also adopted a focus group session where we seek the opinion of the interviewees. The quantitative research analysis method adopted was the relative importance index. That is the analysis we adopted, and also the mean values for appropriating rating, as well as previously utilized by previous studies. Result. The demographic results were presented on this page, where we have the gender, the marital status, the age level, academic qualification of the respondent, the professional affiliations, family income, years of experience, and familiarity with the biophilic design. Results. In terms of direct impact of effectiveness of biophilic design towards sustainable architecture, the most significant factors that has the highest percentage goes to increased connection to nature, which has 55.656%. And this was followed by increased occupants' well-being and also enhanced biodiversity. These are the highest percentage of the analysis of the impact of direct effectiveness of biophilic design towards sustainable architecture. Also, in terms of indirect effect, we have the highest percentage that goes to enhance well-being, with the total value of 49.74%. And this is followed by the greater creativity and innovation, and also improved social interaction. These are the percentage of the relative importance index in relation to the indirect benefit. Then, in terms of the tested hypothesis, all our hypotheses were positive, they were supported. Both hypotheses 1 to 4 were supported in this research. Discussion. The indirect impact of the effectiveness of biophilic design towards sustainable architecture. This suggests that the stakeholder value strategies that integrate green space and promote biodiversity in this study. And also the biophilic design, which involves the inclusion of natural element in building and spaces, enhances the human-nature connection, thereby supporting environmental and psychological benefit. Finding also emphasize the need of holistic approach to sustainable building design and management. The indirect impact of effectiveness of biophilic design towards sustainable architectures reveal that the stakeholders can contribute to creating more livable, sustainable, and resilient cities, and also the communities. The comprehensive strategy ensure that human environment are not only economically viable, but also enhancing the quality of the living. Incorporating biophilic design principle also reveal that the result also reveals that integrating biophilic design into urban and architectural design can yield positive outcomes in several key areas, which includes: 1, encouraging and integrating of natural element and connection to nature within the urban spaces, and also to enhance physical and mental health for the resident and the well users. And the biophilic design positively influences environmental sustainability by reducing waste and energy consumption. So this demonstrates the potential for biophilic intervention in supporting sustainable urban development. This will be able to mitigate environmental impact. Conclusion and the contribution of the study. These studies findings contribute significantly to the understanding of biophilic design potential to enhance sustainable architecture. This provides a framework for the architects and developers, as well as the policymakers, to incorporate biophilic design and strategies into their project, and thereby demonstrating several benefits, which include improving air quality, reduction in the stress level, increased productivity, and enhanced aesthetics and reduce energy consumption. To encourage the adoption of biophilic design in Nigerian built environment, the study recommends raising awareness among its benefits, fostering stakeholder collaboration, considering local context, and evaluating the effectiveness of biophilic strategies. These measures can enhance the quality of life for occupants, as well as promoting sustainability and reconnecting people with nature. Thanks for listening, and bye for now.
Thank you. Hello again. I think this is the time for the roundtable 2. So if you have any questions, you can ask right now for the people who presented their research. Yeah, anyone to ask about the research that we have covered so far? Okay, if there's no question, I have one question which is related to research 1, Dr. Noor.
Yes.
Yes. Hi, Dr. Noor. My question is, you were talking about sustainability in hospitals, and recently we have heard a lot about healing spaces, and healing through the space, the architecture space, like this thing. So my question is, while you are talking about hospitals, my question is, how can hospitals incorporate sustainable practices and materials in their interior design? Yani, to create healing environment. This is also environmentally friendly. So how can we combine between these two, healing environment, healing space, and environmentally friendly materials and spaces? Because
yes,
yes, go please.
it's a very good question, because people see hospitals as I'm going to go and get a treatment and come out, but honestly it's more than that. It should be I don't know if you've heard about the Maggie centers for cancer care. There are these specialized buildings that are made targeted for cancer patients, and their ethos is having internal environments that make you look at life from a different perspective, let's say. So by the use of color, by the use of lighting, there are a lot of studies about how different colors can react in the brain in certain ways to make you feel more calmer or relaxed. There are different textures that could be used as well. So having a tactile environment, it's playing with the senses mostly. With regards to sustainability, so the focus of the research was more about raising awareness that the hospital or a healthcare building is more than just providing care for patients, it's also caring for the environment. So it's kind of this metaphor that plays having the environment hand in hand with the health of people, the health of the planet. So it's creating this awareness that technology sometimes is not enough purely to move towards sustainability, but it's also about training people to have that mentality about change coming from the locality as well, and from our actions, from simple acts of recycling, of turning off lights, giving initiatives to people who are working in healthcare environments to turn off the HVAC if it's not in use, not having it running 24/7, not having the lights on 24/7 when the building isn't used in certain areas. So it's just having this holistic approach of approaching sustainability from all angles.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Noor. But my question was, it was between your research and the fourth research, which was Dr. Agbola, which was talking about the biophilic. I am really curious about to understand how we can. This is maybe Dr. Agbola. Maybe you can answer this question. How can we, because in their research, we found that the biophilic elements coming close to the nature was one of the most demand factors asked by the people, required by the people. So how can we incorporate those elements in a building like a hospital? Because I'm also interested in healthcare building, and normally I see that especially the healthcare buildings, the hospitals are just very rigid buildings, and people think about that the hospital should be 100% limited in function. So when it comes to hospital, it is very difficult to deal with the materials, deal with the elements of the design within it. So my question is, how can we incorporate biophilic in hospital to create a healing space?
Hello, hello.
Yeah,
morning,
hello.
everyone.
Yeah.
Okay,
hello.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is a simple approach, like I stated in my research. One, during the design stage, I think we, the architect, the professional, should be conscious of all this.
Yeah.
Planting green spaces in the hospital environment, general planning, incorporating some green spaces and the nature, who one way or the other, increase the health of the patient. During their period, or probably when they were, recuperating, if we allow them to, to have a kind of, if we allow the environment to have some green status, some green spaces, and I think this will help a lot. Then also the way we design the hospital in recent times, I think should we be able to improve the healthcare and the recovery of the patient. I think these are very important. So like we suggested in our research. So one, I was talking about having a green spaces, because, in recent times you discover we don't have professional such, we don't put much effort in this. So if we can do appropriate landscaping, appropriate provision of appropriate green spaces and the likes, this we, one way or the other, improve the health of the, the patient. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I think its time is up. So thank you for being here, and I'm gonna to leave you right now, and I will give the space to Dr. Rossi.
Good morning.
Rossi. Yeah.
Good morning. I'm here.
Yeah. Good morning.
Here
Doctor.
I am.
Yeah. So, Doctor, I'm gonna to make you host.
Oh.
So you can.
What I have to do?
Yeah. Yeah. I have to make you call.
To share.
Yeah. To share the screen. So make host, Dr. Rossi. Now you are the host.
Okay, thank you.
So you can go to the PDF and share the files, go to share the screens and those things.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rossi. Anyway, I will be here for anything, any help, any question, I'll be here.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm thanking you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third roundtable. Let me introduce myself. I am Ugo Rossi, who together with Assistant Professor Fahmida Nursat and Associate Professor Arkana Bagel will chair this session. I would like to thank all the participants and the organization committee of this important Congress, which allow us to propose and discuss studies and research to improve a better life on this planet. This session on architecture and technology will focus on phenomenological studies. Are you listening?
We are with you.
Are you?
Yeah, we can hear you properly.
Okay.
We are with you.
Okay. This session on architecture and technologies will focus on phenomenological studies. Phenomenology is a form of quantitative research. Right? So phenomenology research is a qualitative approach that seeks to understand and describe the universal essence of phenomenon. It investigates human beings' everyday experience, while suspending the researcher's preconceived assumption about the phenomenon. Based on phenomenological studies, well-being and happy life on Earth could be the keyword of this session. Please allow me to dedicate 10 symbolic seconds of silence to remember all those who suffer from war, hunger, thirst, heat, and cold, and then for the entire planet which suffers from humanity's activity, for consumption of resources and pollution that leads to climate transformation and causes disaster. Okay, could we start? This now let me to show you my presentation.
We need to unmute.
We can't, okay?
No audio.
Audio, we need the audio.
Okay, you need the audio.
Yeah.
Dr. Rossi, could you, when you share the screen, there is one checkpoint. You need to share the sound.
Please. Let me. Hello.
Yeah. When you share your screen, just have a look to the side of your screen. There's one tick. Checkpoint. Just share the sound.
Contivity.
You found it?
I can't find because
No, from YouTube. After from Zoom.
Are you looking?
Okay, let me show it to you. I will reclaim the host. I will make you host again. Could you give me 1 minute?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Okay. So you have to share your screen here.
Yes, I am doing.
Just before sharing, I need to open one YouTube.
I did. The organizer has habilitated the condivision. Okay.
Yeah. Wait.
I done.
See. Okay. When you share the screen, here, you can see my screen?
No, I can't.
Okay.
Okay,
wait.
I'm going to try. Something went wrong.
Then.
The organizer has disabilitated the sharing of my.
Yeah. I'm just gonna to
Disabilitate.
Yeah, okay. Doctor.
Yeah. I'm ready.
Yeah.
No.
Where is that one? Okay, you can see my screen right now, right?
Yes, I can.
Could you see this one, that this small tick, share sound?
What I have to do, because I haven't disabled anything.
When you press share,
yeah,
press share from Zoom.
Yes,
you have
but
to press this one, share sound.
Yeah,
That's
but
it.
the organizer has disabilitated my
I will make
television.
you. I will make you host again. Yes, you are host, doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm ready. So. Are you saying?
Yeah.
Are you? Thank you very much.
Yeah, you are the host, doctor. Yeah. Just click on the presentation.
I've done.
Share your screen. Share your screen. Could you increase the sound? Raise the sound? Yeah, more.
Thanks. My God.
Just raise the sound. We can hear it, doctor, from your laptop. There's a sound. Just raise the sound.
Is it possible to proceed? Everything is right, or I have to restart?
No, the sound is too low.
Too low.
Yeah. Just make it maximum. Yeah, maximum. Go to the maximum. Yeah.
Vision and project for the city testified the prophetic searchers for a happy life on earth. In fact, utopia is the unspeakable secret of all architecture, even the most degraded. In the depth of every architecture, there is a claim to improve the world. However, every intention to create a utopia based on coercive assumption of society transformation has failed. These communities and proposals should not be considered as a model. On the contrary, proposals such as Garden City, the Art of Card, and the Existence Minimum constitute the key of planning and the ideal solution for the home of the modern man and woman. In Athens' chart proposal, the International Congress of Modern Architecture member sought generic project for the functional city. Regarding living, they try to follow Le Corbusier's plan was then modeled, designing residential complexes of multi-story building in a majestic isolation. The plan was then, and Athens' chart advocates the annulment of the chaotic life of the street. The people's place had to be raised above the ground floor, which on the contrary would have been dedicated to fast traffic and trams. With this indication, many housing complexes were conceived, such as Put I Go in Pittsburgh, the Statue Garden, the Robert Taylor Homes in Chicago, the Stuyvesant Town in New York, or the Forest of the Scraper in Shanghai, Chongqing, or New Quilamba today. Richard Sennett states that the Athens chart proved prophetic. In the future, Paris, Istanbul, and Beijing would have been increasingly similar, with the tendency to converge into the single form today. These cities are truly approved. In the era of modernization, thanks to industrialization, which is a new dispenser of consumer goods and widespread well-being, we are faced with complete trust in means of attaining cities, architecture, and universal society. In the early 50s, some proposals emerged from Italy achieved the situation, the utopia of a culturally, economically, and politically universal world. On the one hand, Erwin Anton Gutkin hopes for the end of the city. On the other, Konstantinos Toksidis proposed the world city. Both hypotheses lack ideologies and utopias, but in opposite ways develop an inevitable condition. Gutkin thought that the modern city was a place of chaos and inefficiency, uncivilized and unhealthy, and the best way to solve the problem of metropolis could only be to escape from it. Such a revolution was not only desirable or necessary, but for him it was inevitable. In opposition to Gutkin, Konstantinos Toksidis conceived Ecumenopolis, the inevitable future global city, as a single planetary city in which the world population was connected and integrated into an urban system, a giant network of urban corridors containing vacant lots and fragment parts of wider land, all served by ultra-fast transportation and communications devices.
The role of smart environment initiative and environmental
confident in the inevitable economic development, which thanks to the innovation of USA, would to the planet. He believed every ideological and social cultural barriers would progressively disappear, giving way to a globalized society where widespread well-being would avoid conflict and inequities worldwide. So, the following generation attempt to conceive the city to come in radical terms, above all concerning new information technologies whose effect on everyone's life will soon become evident. The awareness that the new city originating from universal technology will be equally sustainable, equally suitable for all the population of the world, and will allow working and living conditions at any latitude, regardless of the natural climatic condition, will be fundamental and fatal for utopia. The project for the city by Yannis Xenakis and Takis Dnetos represent technological utopia as a planetary utopian solution and constitute the premise of the planetary technological utopia of the smart city. Xenakis project for a cosmic city for 5 million inhabitants envisage a settlement of 5 million people in hyperbolic shell, more than 5,000 meters height and 50 meters wide. Pressurization and air conditioning system will make life in this building possible. Technology will free the city and architecture for climatic contingencies and free the soil. Above all, extension will be reduced. The territorial planning and development proposal, Electronic Urbanism by Takis Dnetos, focuses on the architect's role in the information technology society. Dnetos was convinced that thanks to information technology, man will be able to work from home, and automation, process, and the use of remote management and teleoperation will allow relocation to otherwise unusable areas for the networks. These measures would have eliminated the causes of all the fundamental traffic problems and the metropolis extension. Teleworking would have ended the abandonment of smaller urban centers, which would have offered the same opportunities as large cities. In the era of solitude, of the global citizen, of the cultural logic of late capitalism, this space is available for utopia and e-utopia. They are replaced and imposed by the excessive power of the yen, euro, dollar, the yes. In fact, if science had contributed to conceiving a standardized world at the time of the first machine age, the current fluid and global economy neutralized specific cultural belonging, imposing anonymity. Rem Koolhaas identifies in a project that began at the end of the 70s the absence of cultural references in development and architecture of the city. The new metropolis and architecture thus grow. Koolhaas recognized the absence of plan and development in the generic city of our time. All the functions of the city are contained in the big building. The big building is the city. In Atlanta and Singapore, Koolhaas identifies the prototype of the new no longer city, a city generated by the process of parthenogenesis from cloned cities and no longer architecture, in which the periphery and the center are indistinguishable because each building is a center, losing the perception of the city's very existence. The cities and the counterpart architecture of utopia are nowhere and do not belong anywhere. However, the search of discovery of utopia is the architect's purpose and challenge. Utopia will certainly not be available everywhere, or, if you prefer, it will be everywhere except in homologous standard no places, an artificial paradise of the techno-utopia of smart cities. Utopia will most likely be where we can recognize the value of a unique, non-repeatable and particular place, where we can recognize our personal good places differently from each other. How does small communities choose the place of utopia in a career, in the phalanstery, in the unité d'habitation? We must identify our own personal utopia. Unless, in the meantime, the relentless homologation process will be completed before this process erases every trace of it. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Now I would like to proceed with the next presentation by Abiet Pal and Ahmar Ulkai. This is about impact of architectural forms on human perception, neurocognitive experimentation.
Università tradizionale oppure online? Perché scegliere? E Campus unisce il meglio di entrambe. L'unica con un tutor presenza nella tua città. L'Università e-Campus ha a cuore la tua preparazione e semplifica la tua vita da studente. Perché e-Campus è unica, come te. Scoprila su uniecampus.it.
I'm sorry, but what I have to do now.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, and distinguished guests. It's an honor to be a part of such a diverse and distinguished group of professionals, academics, and thought leaders from around the globe. Myself, Abhijit Pal.
And I am Syed Ammar Ullah. We are currently pursuing our bachelor's degree in architecture from MBA School of Planning in New Delhi, India. The topic of our research that we are presenting today is impact of architectural forms on human perception.
In this research, we are assessing the cognitive effects of architectural forms on human perception. This brings us to the concept of neuroarchitecture. What is neuroarchitecture? It is an amalgamation of neuroscience and architecture. It is an interdisciplinary research field that integrates neuroscience and architecture and focuses on how individuals interact with the built environment. It comprises of four main interrelated pillars, which are neuroscience, architecture, physiology, and psychology. The concept of biogeometry. As we all know, geometry is fundamental to architecture. Biogeometry is the science that studies the effect of geometric shapes and forms on human bioenergy. It is possible to mitigate and negative energies and enhance their positive qualities. There are many levels of energy involved in a living energy system. For example, physical matter, vitality, emotional, mental, and other more subtle levels. They are just different frequency ranges, and in this respect are also governed by laws of harmonics, such as resonance, which produces information exchange. Now, when we talk about energy or information exchange in the context of neuroarchitecture, we are referring to brain waves. So, what are brain waves? Brain waves are very accurate electrical signals reflecting the changes which occur in the frequency of brain waves during different mental status. As you can see on the table in the left, there are 5 types of brain waves. Delta waves ranging from 0 to 4 Hz, theta waves ranging from 4 to 8 Hz, alpha waves 8 to 12 Hz, beta waves ranging from 12 to 40 Hz, and gamma waves ranging from 40 to 100 Hz. Depending on the frequency ranges, each type of brain waves corresponds to various consciousness statuses. For example, theta brain wave of 6.5 Hz activates creativity. Now, when we talk about architecture and spatial planning, there are two major role players, architect and user. The architect's main goal is to achieve harmony between all the components that make up the quality of space. And how well does a user respond to a space depends on his or her perception of the space. Now, perception is a very complex cognitive process. The method to assess this complex task is later explained. The cohesive understanding of these two role players result in an effective quality built environment. So to summarize the whole literature review, with the help of following flowchart, we can clearly understand that there is a clear interrelation between architecture, neuroscience, and biogeometry. These interrelations, along with the primary disciplines, directly affect the quality of built environment.
After discussing the interrelation, we hypothesize that there exists a measurable and predictable relationship between specific geometric forms and the frequencies of resonance in individual brain waves, which impact their mental states and consciousness. We designed an experiment to quantify neurophysiological correlates of form with human perception through the use of visual environment means and electroencephalography. This study anticipates that the identification of such patterns will lead to the development of a scientific measuring tool, aiding architects and designers in creating space tailored to desired consciousness, state for optimal user experience, and value. The participants were asked to roam around architectural forms through virtual reality means. The experiment employed 6 basic types of forms in order to perform an optimal comparison of impact of architectural form over the user. All designs had to maintain comfortable proportions and a sense of human space. Volumes were designed to be colorless, soundless, with no optics. The lighting was non-directional and created equal illumination in all parts of the space. The environment began with the participant entering the space by walking through the standard corridors. This stage is important as researchers found that entering a room or walking through the doorway can facilitate forgetting or evoking one's memory. Now, what is electroencephalography? EEG is employed to collect qualitative data on brainwave patterns. It is a test which is used to evaluate the electrical activity of your brain. These are the descriptive videos of the setup we have used. Participants wear these EEG headsets while navigating various architecturally designed spaces, capturing real-time data before, during, and after execution. The data is taken from visual cortex according to the International 1020 system. This video shows as one of the participants goes through a cuboidal form. We record the corresponding brainwave with the help of EEG and Arduino Uno software. The FFT graph shows the most common frequency range, which is in the range of 9 Hz. This is when she goes through a vault. The corresponding brainwave frequency was measured, which came out to be 4 to 8 Hz. After recording the frequency from all 6 forms, we concluded that
each geometric form causes a change in the human brainwave pattern, which guides his consciousness to a particular status. Now, this measurable and predictable relationship can be used in identifying appropriate geometric forms that are most suitable for required uses and functions. For example, when designing a classroom or a lecture hall, the objective is to create an environment that fosters attention and conscious thinking, ensuring optimal functionality. The same can be effectively realized through the use of a conical form. Our research proves that conical forms possess ability to focus energy and attention, creating a space that naturally guides users' cognitive states towards heightened awareness and concentration. The concept of form follows function is vividly illustrated in this approach, but in a neurological sense. The design choice is not arbitrary, it is based on the understanding that specific geometric shapes can influence human perception and brainwave activity. By aligning architectural design with neurophysiological principles, we can create spaces that are not only aesthetically pleasing, but also scientifically optimized for their intended use. Thus, this research establishes the layout for a design tool which in future will assist architects and designers.
Thank you for your attention. We hope our research contributes valuable insight to the field of architecture and urban planning.
Let's continue to explore how we can design spaces that positively impact human perception and well-being.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we can proceed with the next intervention. This research explores the impact of life phenomenology on user experience. The case study involves a phenomenological analysis of 3 contemporary mosques. It is by Manar Bouhouazine and Nahila Alani.
This research investigates the influence of light phenomenology on the user experience in modern mosques and Bahrain. The study explores the role of architecture shaping space and focuses on the detailed examination of light phenomenology. By analyzing 3 contemporary mosques in Bahrain and space studies through phenomenological lens, the findings reveal that these modern mosques successfully evoke spiritual atmosphere by integrating natural light. The research contributes to the understanding of architectural phenomenology, especially in contemporary mosques, and its effects on user experience.
What's happening?
According to Sirajuddin, in all Muslim societies, the mosque is the most important building in the community and arguably in the landscape, providing a sense, identity, and place. However, with contemporary-oriented architecture, designers and stakeholders are considering modifying the traditional mosque design to be much simpler. The phenomenology of light is one of the important aspects in shaping contemplating spaces, and it provides a sense of place not only in mosques, but also in churches, temples, and other religious buildings. The research questions how light impacts contemporary mosques and shapes the experience of praying with humanity. The research will focus on phenomenology of light in shaping the user experience inside the mosque despite the visual appearance and design elements. It also aims to evaluate the contemporary mosques in Bahrain through the light phenomenology. The study will be divided into 2 main parts: a theoretical study, which will explore in depth the role of light as a phenomenon in mosque through work of literature and library research. Second, the analytical study will focus on observing several contemporary mosques in Bahrain to evaluate them through the lens of phenomenology. Literature review, case studies, library study, and also survey are the methods to be used to complete this research. The analysis of the data will be done descriptively using images and graphs. However, in terms of limitation, the study requires access to mosques where a high gender segregation might lead to constraints during the analysis. The development of mosque architecture happened during different periods of time. The first mosque was Prophet Muhammad Mosque, which was very simple, has a flat roof, and very functional. During the Umayyad period, the mosque started to become bigger with rawats, central domes, and minarets. However, in the Abbasid period, there are no differences in the mosque architecture except for the spiral minarets. In the Ottoman period, there are an evolution for dome, vaults, pencil point minarets. Scholars agree that the role of the mosques in the Muslim community was not only spiritual and secular space. They were saying that these mosques were communal gathering spaces for addressing and resolving important communal matters. In sacred spaces, light was not only used for illumination, but it was also used to imbue spaces with metaphysical essence to evoke a sense of divinity and spirituality. Also, light is a symbol of illumination, wisdom, godness, and purity. Light in sacred spaces was usually brought from the above area of the building, like the roofs, domes, and upper areas of the walls, symbolizing the divine presence above. Scholars are suggesting that in sacred spaces, light should be used in high contrast to throw behind attachment to the materialistic world and evoke spirituality. Through light, the spirit of space can be shaped. In addition, daylight could be integrated in sacred spaces through windows that has colored glasses. The analytical study was done to evaluate 3 different mosques in Bahrain, selected based on the size, light integration, architectural style, and location. The aim was to study these criteria and how they are affecting the spirituality of the mosque. Starting with the analysis of some path and building orientation, it can be seen in Duras al-Bahrain, our capital, where the mosques were both facing south, providing maximum illumination in the interior of the mosques. And the Sheikh Ahmed Mosque, however, was facing east. The red arrows are showing the fenestration in the building. In terms of natural light fenestration, the 3 mosques use different types of openings in the building to allow light penetration in different ways in the prior halls. It came as a form of clear story windows, wall cuts, and also skylights. During the analysis, it was noticed that users prefer to pray near a light beam source. They claim that in certain moments, light takes them beyond the physical space and they feel like they are connected to the God and that they are praying with humanity. Also, free buildings use material qualities that allowed light penetration, reflection, and diffusion. For example, the clear glass facades and fenestrations provided also light beams that created a sense of purity and also connected user with the surrounding environment. The smooth walls allowed light reflection, while the rugs diffused the light and also brought warmth to the space. During the night, all 3 mosques has used a very calm and also peaceful atmosphere at night by using a diffused warm lighting in all three mosques. Thus, the quality of
Dr. Rossi, there's no sound.
light penetration and lightness in the prayer. The result shows that light has a power to enhance interior spaces and provide users with the required sense of place. The analytical study provides insights that align with the theoretical study. Although the mosques were small and has no symbolic representation of traditional Islamic architecture, their design has proven the role of architecture phenomenon. Also, the analysis shows how light attracts the eyes and feelings of worshippers when they are in the space. Also, it ensures that users prefer praying in mosques that provide them with the needed atmosphere and the sense of serenity. To conclude, this research examines the significant role of light phenomenology shaping user experience in contemporary mosques. Also, the research emphasizes the multifaceted nature of architecture, considering
Laura, what's happened? My God. What's
Doctor, just start it again. Maybe there's a problem.
Yeah.
and light beams and the frame.
Niente. There is a problem with I don't know why.
Just click on the link once again and share it once again.
Unveiling spiritual.
Emphasizes the multifaceted nature of architecture, considering atmosphere, emotions, and experiences.
Doctor, the screen is not shared. You are sharing your desktop.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I've done. Whew. There is a little problem.
Despite the absence of traditional elements, the studied mosques effectively create the spiritual.
Are you looking? Are you saying?
Doctor, it is same, this desktop. Yeah, it is just one open folders from your computer.
So I'm going to share.
Share again, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
We are unveiling absence.
Yes.
And we was.
This research examines the significant role of light phenomenology shaping user experience in contemporary mosques. Also, the research emphasizes the multifaceted.
Doctor, have you shared it?
I don't know what was happened.
I think you are sharing, you have to share the video. Right now, as I see, you are sharing one other screen. The screen is different. Yes, yes, it is this one.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it is this one. Thank you. I'm thanking you.
Emotions and experiences alongside with the form and function. Despite the absence of traditional elements, the studied mosques effectively create a spiritual atmosphere through a thoughtful light interaction, supported by worshipper preferences.
I'm very sorry for the inconvenience. In any case, I'll go in to share the next one. The next one is overlooking the visibility of mosques from a norm to a harm on developed urbanism in Nablus city by architect Diana Enab.
Hi, greetings everyone. This is Diana Anab, a research and teaching assistant and master's student at Alanya National University, Department of Architecture and Engineering. And it's a pleasure to be presenting in today's conference and joining the platform of architecture and technology. And today I'll be sharing one of my recent research entitled as Overlooking the Visibility of Mosques from a Norm to a Harm on Developed Urbanism in Nablus City. So literature shared about the relation of Islam to architecture or architecture to Islam has been controversial. However, what is agreed on is that certainly there's a dilemma of identification of Islamic architecture. Several terminologies were raised in this regard. For instance, we've got the terminology of Islamic architecture that is usually used in different contexts than architecture of Muslims or theory of Islamic architecture or even Islamic theory of architecture. So since we've got a dilemma of identification of Islamic architecture, this would assure having a negligence on the concept leading to the authentic production of Islamic architecture. And an example of these neglected concepts would be undermining the value of historic Islamic architecture in contemporary times, which in other terms can be referred to as ruining the urban fabric of historic Islamic architecture. And among the urban measures, visibility comes to be substantial in defining architectural landmarks, especially to users and viewers of the space. And when we speak about visibility of mosques, it is inevitable not to mention the critical writings of Dr. Ali Abdel Raouf in his book From Mecca to Las Vegas, when he spoke about the transition of Muslims' priority from perceiving and getting closer to the Kaaba from the ground to overviewing the Kaaba from the top while accessing one of the highest towers located in its contemporary surrounding context. Similarly, the Galata Port Waterfront Development Project located in Istanbul is creating a visual barrier and preventing Al Nasratiyya Mosque from its right to be visible from the coast. So all of that comes to be wrapped up in a single question, which is how the norm of historic mosque visibility became harmed within the developed urbanism of Islamic cities. And in order to have an answer for this question, this study develops a comparative methodology of comparing the norm of historic mosques versus the harm of developed urbanism to both historic and contemporary mosques. And the case chosen for conducting the study is Nablus city, located in the West Bank. And the reason for choosing Nablus is because of its topographic nature that would alter the visibility of mosques in a radical way. So in this study, Al Nasr Mosque is used as a historic mosque, and it will be compared with the contemporary mosque of Kautar. So to start with, Al Nasr Mosque is located in the center of the old city, particularly in Al Qaryoun quarter. Initially, the mosque was a Byzantine church, and then it was converted to a mosque. It became into its latest form in 1954. And the content of Al Nasr Mosque is not restricted to the mosque itself as a building, but it is also It includes the Nasser Plaza or Al Manara Square in front of it, and it is surrounded by linear active streets. And the urban value of the plaza becomes diverse in terms that it includes commercial, social, recreational, and spiritual value. So sometimes we see the square operating as an open air prayer plaza, or a public gathering place, or place for school activities, or commercial vending, etc. So the activity of the plaza and the activity of streets around the mosque, of course, would increase the number of viewers and create diversity in terms of views. However, of course, due to the intactness and compactness of the urban fabric of the old city, the visibility or the mosque visibility becomes restricted to the old city itself, and the visibility to the expansive fabric of the city becomes very shallow. In terms of urban level, the mosque gains horizontal views from the accessible rooftops of surrounding buildings, and those buildings are all of average height, so none of them would exceed the height of the dome. However, what caused the harm to historic mosques is the urban violations in the contemporary timing. So we've got the vertical expansions and the accessibility of some rooftops of buildings opposite and close to Al Nasser Mosque, and that would alter the visibility of the mosque. And in order to compare the results obtained from the observations and the fieldwork and the semi-structured interviews, they were compared with the use of or the measure of visibility using some computational tools run by plugins in the software of Rhinoceros, and specifically the use of Grasshopper. So in this computational tool, four locations were pinned around the mosque, depicting, of course, its four sides or its four facades. And the results show that the intactness of urban fabric makes the buildings are either of most visibility or least visibility. And it also proved the observation of or the notion that views are restricted to the old city itself. Another computational tool showed that the highest visibility of a Nasser Mosque is at its roof, of course, thanks to the expansive contemporary urban fabric, and that the facade facing the plaza would be the next of most visible facade in Nasser Mosque. And now moving to the second case of Kautar Badran Mosque, where it is located in a Blabus Al Awsat neighborhood and where the context is purely residential. And the results obtained about the visibility of street level of the mosque was not really distinguished from the visibility of other contemporary mosques. And what I mean by that is that usually contemporary mosques are usually designed in two street levels as a response to the topography, where only one side of them gets to be accessible. And also the idea that there's a lack of open spaces or plazas in front of the mosque would lower the visibility of passers. In terms of urban level, surrounding buildings are high and they would overlook the mosque. And there was also something interesting to tackle on, which is the dual and contrasting visual characteristic of the mosque. Sometimes it would dominate the buildings on the street below, and sometimes it would do the opposite to the buildings on the same street level. So there's a contrasting dominance, I would say. Results of the computational tool show that there is a closeness of buildings raises the visibility, and that the facade of direct view to the pinpoint is of the highest value. Less and higher angles would alter the result, and open urban spaces increase the number of visible buildings. And this is a close-up on how the computational tool shows the result of visibility. That it does not only evaluate the visibility of surrounding buildings to specific points in terms of graphical or visual way, but it would also evaluate the facades of those buildings numerically. And results also show that the sides facing the open spaces and towards buildings at lower height would have maximum visibility, while on the other hand, the sides facing buildings, especially in these two images, close to the mosque and at lower height, would have minimum visibility. And lastly, this is to show that the comparison of contemporary and old or historic mosques drove on a couple of points, which were the height of surrounding buildings, ratio of height of surrounding buildings to the height of the mosque, direction, exposure, and quality of visibility, and enactment of context to the mosque itself. And the results of the study showed that the visibility of Al-Nasr Mosque gained or were higher than was higher than Al-Kawthar Mosque due to the intactness and the closeness of its urban fabric, and also because of its equality, of course. That we can say that in both mosques the exposure of visibility was high. However, the quality, of course, of the visibility was distinguished. The role of majestic and grand mosques disappear in both mosques. The restrictions of height surrounding Nasr Mosque is an application to protect the general urban fabric of the old city, but not a direct application for the urban visibility conservation to historic mosques, and that was a gap. And that we can say that the only visual attribute of contemporary mosques in general is their either green symbolic light at night or their minarets in the daytime. Unfortunately, other than that, they just would appear as regular buildings if we just remove the green light or even the minaret. So that would get us to the conclusion that at the current time, most connections to contemporary mosques are being auditory rather than visuals, and this is to rethink that the relation of Muslims to mosques, that it's not only that it shouldn't be only heard, but it should be seen. And this is to wrap up with some general recommendations on the contribution to practice of a humane and Islamic architecture. To start with, Islamic values should be integrated and interpreted to better and more adequate physical measures. The sense of enclosures should be enhanced in contemporary mosques, and urban measures of mosques such as building to street height ratio and building closeness, accessibility should be rethought and restudied. And this gets us to the end of my session. Thank you very much for having me, and please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We could go to the next by Assistant Professor Fahmida Nursat Farmazamir and Associate Professor Ukrakish Hakmatnia. It was, can school become third place for children? An empirical study of a contemporary urban school in Dhaka.
Hello everyone, welcome you all to the presentation titled Can Schools Become Third Place for Children? An empirical study of a contemporary urban school in Dhaka. I am Architect Pamita, and on behalf of the author panel, will be presenting today. So the research objective was to explore whether schools can contain the attributes of the third place for its users, which is mostly the children. It is a case study-based research set in the context of urban Dhaka. Now coming to the basics of third place theory, from Ray Odenberg's book, The Great Good Places, the concept of third place emerged as a place in between first place, which is usually home, and second place, that is work-similar. And examples of such places are mentioned as coffee shops, bars, barber shops, beauty salons, recreational public places, etc. However, third places in recent days have been investigated in many more contexts. In understanding the characteristics of third place, from Odenberg's criteria, many scholars identified various sensorial qualities of such places. Few are mentioned here in colored circles. Taking the perception of these attributes as a general understanding of the third place, we opted to investigate schools of Dhaka. This megalopolis of global south is an example of contested and complex urban life where it is hardly taking care of the well-being of school users. That is, by failing to provide necessary land for functioning such buildings properly. The Dhaka district as a whole has an earthy ratio of schools in terms of user density. The number is inadequate and land is scarce. Hence, most of the school buildings are going up. Contemporary architects are trying their best to ensure proper spatial character of schools within the limitation. Now, here is the case study of ours, Nalanda High School, located at the outskirts of the city. It is designed by one of the renowned architects of the country. For data collection, we did an in-depth observation-based survey for 1 month, which was followed by the semi-structured interview with the architect and teachers of the school. Various archival photos were collected to understand the space use diversity of the premise over the period. The ground level and first level are most happening places. Visual connections with multiple spaces from these two levels make the small campus wide open. With outdoor, semi-outdoors, and green playfields were the main focus of the study, as formal classrooms are considered as second place for the children, where home is their first place. While conducting interview with the architect of the project, a few insights were revealed. An idea of unsupervised yet safe places were at the core of the design to allow students to be themselves in between classes. Later on, various pictorial evidences resonated with this thought. The teachers gave a prime perspective regarding the school's pedagogy and curriculum that center on utilizing outdoor and semi-outdoor spaces as much as possible, along with various formal activities. In these two levels, we observed students' interactions, sensorial gestures in various ways, be with their peers or mentors. The blue-colored zones were specially identified as small groups favorite, where large groups gathered for various activities in the other color-coded areas. Certainly, multiple attributes of third place were showcased through those activities. So finally, we can tell that multiple spatial interventions of school premise can promote students' interactions in a relaxed and informal way when necessary. This mood of the spatial environment can be enhanced if school curriculum and pedagogy are well designed, aiming to explore various spaces apart from classrooms. Therefore, in this single case, it is observed that aspects or characteristics of third place in general can be integrated in schools. Just a thorough understanding of the socio-cultural context of the school setting and users are needed to be analyzed beforehand. Thank you all. I personally thank our international co-author, Dr. Nias, for his intellectual input. Your presence was felt wholeheartedly. Thank you all again.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hamidia Narhat. We could with the last one, and then we can, after these presentations, we could, if you have any question, we could talk about.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to be presenting our paper in this short video for the 7th International Conference on Contemporary Architecture and Urbanism in Alanya, TÜRKİYE. First of all, I would like to start by introducing the authors of this paper. I am Lina Dawood, a PhD candidate from Yıldız Technical University, and the Associate Professor, Dr. Celine Yıldız, also from Yıldız Technical University. The title of our paper is Automatic Design Line Detection in Urban Building Images through DCT Filtering. The flow of this presentation will be as follows. First, I would like to show a brief introduction for our topic. Then I will be showing some previous studies which are related to our topic. After this, I would like to show the aim for which this study was conducted. And also I will explain the methodology which we have implemented in this study. And finally, I will show the obtained results and the conclusion. As we have been seeing recently, technology and automation have been invading our world very fast in different fields. Architecture is among these fields where we can see that technology is being utilized in both research field and also in the design process. In these fields or tasks, let's say, the identification of design lines and building edges from urban architectural images is considered as a prerequisite for further analysis and processes on these images. In computer operations, this field of science is called computer vision. It is a branch of image-based computer science which employs pixel values to deduce image content and develops mathematical techniques to retrieve 3D shapes from pictures. There are numerous studies which are interested in design lines and building edges of urban architectural images. These studies have different purposes. In this section, I would like to review some of these studies. There is a study which have detected the design lines for purpose of rectifying the building images, for example. And another study have employed the detected edges from for buildings and augmented reality applications. Another study also have which have been conducted recently. This study have used the identified building edges to detect changes in buildings for disaster assessment, such as earthquakes. There is also another discipline in architecture which is interested in design lines. This discipline is computational aesthetics. This research field focuses on the development of computational approaches that can make aesthetic decisions similar to humans. There is a study which have manually detect and analyze the vertical and horizontal lines of selected buildings to analyze them for balance and symmetry. According to these studies, this research aims to introduce an automated approach for two purposes. First of all, extracting the edges of buildings and urban images using kernel filters. And also, the main purpose of this study is to introduce a new filter that separates lines on their direction, according to their direction, utilizing discrete cosine transform, DCT. This technique generates distinct images that display the vertical and horizontal line extracted from the original images. This flow chart shows the methodology of this study, as we can see here. The experiment which was conducted for this study is implemented in three main steps. First, data capturing, then data processing, and at the end, applying the DCT filter. The first step includes selecting a number of images from the image platform Pinterest using the search words, elevation, and architectural facades. The second step includes data processing. In this step, images were processed and prepared to be tested. First of all, we have resized the images and then transformed them from RGB to grayscale. Then the Laplacian filter was implemented for edge detection from these images, as we can see. Then the colors are inverted to visualize these images, as the Laplacian filter, which was used for edge detection, presents the images as white edges in a black background. Then quantization into two levels, red and black, was implemented to remove some minor noise. And finally, the third step The DCT filter was implemented to generate distinct images in which the vertical and horizontal lines of the images are separated. In this table, the results of the experiment are shown in detail. First of all, as we can see, the selected images are in RGB color. Then they have been resized and transformed to grayscale. After that, the Laplacian filter was implemented, as you can see in the third column. And the edges of the images were detected. And in the fourth and fifth column, we can see that we have separated the horizontal lines and the vertical lines into distinct images. The conclusion from this study, technology and automation have become essential aspects of architectural design in recent years. Either fully or semi-automated processes, technology has been showing growing interest from researchers in different domains, including architectural design. This interest actually stems from the numerous advantages these technologies offer to us, such as time efficiency, precise outcomes, ease of notification, and enhanced levels of creativity, which are crucial elements in the design process. The method driven from this study has the potential to serve as an effective initial stage for subsequent processes involving architectural images, given that the conventional approach for identifying and structuring design lines is typically done manually. The introduction of this automated method is deemed advantageous for this task. This technique opens the door for further experimentation in fields like artificial intelligence, computational aesthetics, image rectifying and calibration, and also for 3D building reconstruction. Thank you for listening. For further questions, please contact me on this email, and thanks for listening again.
Thank you very much. We have only the automatic design. We also have just seen. So if you have any question, I have only one for a question for the first presentation to Abietpal and Amar ul Haq. In your presentation states that exists a measurable and predictable relationship exists between the effect of building architectural form on the user's brain wave. You have find a key objective is developing a scientific measuring tool to aid architects. How can this key help architects to reach a well-being? Is a comprehensive. Okay. Okay.
The measurable and predictable relationship that we are talking about between forms and human brainwave pattern, that relationship we can use to curate a tool which will help in future architects and designers to efficiently choose a form related to a particular brainwave state. That is how we can make a scientific tool.
For example, if we want to create a space that we want to induce conscious thinking and attention. For example, if we want to make a design studio or a classroom where we need to introduce creative thinking and concentration, we will use conical forms. For example, as shown in the presentation, when the participant went under a cone form, she felt concentration and conscious thinking. So, for specific to the user, we can give design recommendations so that the typology of the form matches the function.
Okay.
At the fundamental level, we are just making how we can achieve resonance between the brain waves and the frequencies of that form.
That's clear. Yes. Thank you very much. Has anybody another question to?
I have a question for Abhijit and Amar. Abhijit, what is the sample size you have chosen for this study? So, because personally, I feel it's not only the form, the way the spaces are being perceived by different people varies culturally also. Even it depends upon your own experience. There are other conditions like lighting condition also, which changes the way the spaces are being perceived. So, first thing, what I would like you to understand is what was the sample size? Did you select the people of different ages, culturally different peoples, and what are the other consideration you had apart from just form alone?
Okay, so we took in sample size of a lecture hall because
How many people?
Sample size of survey.
Sample in the sense, how many people?
Sample size of survey.
Yeah. For the sample size, we took both experts in field and non-experts in field. Experts in field being our professors in our college, our fellow colleagues in college, and non-experts in field which don't have any linkage to architecture. So the sample size was 7 to 8.
Okay.
The conditions of the form.
What were different age groups and cultural variation was there amongst them?
No, actually, we tried to eliminate all the limitations or all other external stimuluses that there can be, and we tried to minimize as much as other external stimuluses affect the human perception. For doing that, we made sure that our space was colorless.
The light was unidirectional.
And we made sure the light is unidirectional.
And the size of all the forms were of a typical lecture hall because it's very common form.
When we talk about cultural effect, it goes into psychology. We did not enter or touch the psychological branch. We only measured the cognitive effects. When we talk about cognitive effects, we don't go into psychology. It comes into psychology. We only measured cognitive effect, which only comes into the neurological part of it.
That's nice. Your study is very interesting. I just wish you incorporate all other factors. Maybe you can develop an app based on this. So, but there are a lot of factors which still needs to come in, and then I wish you increase the sample size also, so that you don't get biases in your studies, right?
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is anybody?
I have a question for Diana. Diana, you've studied about the visibility of the mosque. So you have Ishi there.
Aren't you, Diana?
Is she there?
Is she
is
there?
Diana is there. Diana Inab, if I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Diana's left. Oh.
Okay. Okay. Okay, no problem.
And
others can continue asking questions.
okay. So about unveiling the spiritual essence in contemporary Bahraini mosques by Maran Bushahin. You state that the results indicate that despite the absence of traditional Islamic elementary contemporary mosques in Bahrain successfully create a spiritual atmosphere by integrating natural light. Despite of the ancient, I suppose, and the ancient mosques are different, or is probably the same idea at the basis of the project and design of a mosques, or do you find something else and different from the past? It is for Manar Buhuasain Onaila Alani. This question. Are you there? Have you left? So I have no any question. If you have any, I haven't any. We could pass.
Hello? So,
I have a
sorry,
question.
I have a question, please.
Okay.
Okay, Prof, go ahead, after you. Okay?
Nusrat, I have a question for you. Normally, we have seen the way architects intend to use the spaces works out to be very differently when it is being occupied by the user. Since you have studied the both, like you studied with the teachers and students, and then you went and spoke to the architect. So did you find that thing happening in your school as well?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, sorry, can you, ma'am, please repeat the question? Sorry, my network is a little bit troublesome.
Basically, we have seen the way architect intend to use the spaces, the way he designs, and then the way he intends that the space will be used like this purpose. It's very different from the way user occupies the space. So did you find that in the school building here also?
Oh, yeah. Actually, I was telling in my presentation that we actually searched for the architect's intention of designing the multiple spaces. Then we observed students' activities and the literature review actually helped us to identify the parameter of third space, like in terms of activity or expression or gesture. Then we found some similarities, like few factors aligned with the architect's thought that I wanted to say. Few factors like his intention of designing the space and the user's way of utilizing the space actually aligned to some extent. So we actually focused on those parts, like okay, we even including teachers, though we actually focused on the students as user. Yes, to some extent, we found that the thought actually resonated with the users.
Okay, I'm sorry. We have only 2 minutes left, and I thought I think that we have finished. We are. The time is over, I think.
No problem.
We have only 2 minutes left. I don't know what happened if we are late, but
it becomes Doctor.
Ecco, we are waiting you,
Yeah.
Professor.
You mean I can ask my question?
If
it's just a brief, yeah.
Yes, brief.
Prof, just a brief. You know, I'm interested in the transforming a way of transforming the school into third place. You know, this interests me because you know, sometimes I have a research on transforming a market space. You know, a market space into a third place. So my contribution is just to the presenter. Please, we in transforming the school, I think we have to look at it holistically by taking into consideration the you know, the collaboration between the parents, the stakeholders, the school management, all sorts, you know, all together. So with this, I think the school can be a third place. So this is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay. What we have to waiting for?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Rossi.
Thank you, everyone.
The time is up. So we will go with Dr. Another session.
Yeah.
Dr. Elise. I think Dr. Elise.
Yes, I'm here.
She's here. Okay, I will make you the host.
Okay.
Dr. Elise, you are the host now. You can share your screen. You can start your speech, share the screen, and manage the process.
Thank you. Hello again, everybody. I'm Elise. Just briefly introduce myself. I am interior architect and I work as a full-time faculty member in the Department of Interior Architecture at Eastern Mediterranean University. And basically, I would like to start our session, Architecture and Technology Aid Space Studies, In this session, we will cover architectural space from various different standing points. And we will cover the importance of the space to the building design, as well as the role of interior spaces that greatly affect the usability, comfort, as well as aesthetic appeal. And through this valuable presentation, we will try to highlight once more the space as an essential hallmark that determines how we work, how we live, and how we engage with the built environment. And as the co-chair of this session, we have Associate Professor Dr. Archana Bagel from Anant University in India. We also have Professor Dr. Özkal Barış Öztürk from Mimar Sinan Güzel Sanatlar University, but I'm not sure if he's here. So I would like to give the word to the Associate Professor Dr. Archana Bagel if she would like to add something before we start our session.
Hi, we can start the session. You've covered most of the things.
Okay, thank you. Before starting the presentation, I will briefly tell about these 5 presentations that we will have in total. First presentation will be my presentation entitled as Rethinking Theories in Interior Design, a Critical Exploration. Then second presentation called A Critical Inquiry of Material Aging in Interior Architecture will be presented by Soumya Kimesara and Professor Amal Shah from SEP University, Faculty of Interior Design, India. And then third presentation, presenting a design method that begins with space and ends with building, will be presented by Asil Youssef Zuregat, Jehan Diab, and Dima Al-Shahin from Department of Architecture, American University of Madaba, Jordan. Fourth presentation, called Evolution of Medieval Romanesque and Design to Gothic Architecture, Recourse to Darwin's Theory, will be presented by Fasi Olegbenga Stefan, Hurash Ahmed Nia, Omaya Jova, and Ukudasi. They are from Federal University of Technology, Akure, and Alanya University, Turkey. And last but not least, final presentation, Reimagining Animal Shelter Design, Fostering Holistic Welfare in Northern Cyprus and Beyond, will be presented by PhD candidate Laden Tarhun, Assistant Professor Dr. Salah Muhaldin from Girne American University, and Assistant Professor Dr. Ahenk Yıldırım Damgacı from Eastern Mediterranean University, North Cyprus. I will start the presentations. Hello everyone, I am Elizabeth, and in today's presentation entitled Rethinking Theories in Interior Design, a Critical Exploration, I will try to reflect the use and the application of theories in the field of interior design. So to start with, interior design is a considerably young discipline in the scholarly research of design, and it extends knowledge to understand the interactions between people and interior space. Historically, the discipline has been interpreted as the extension of the other disciplines and somehow has blurred boundaries with architecture, arts, and design, which also creates a kind of a contested territory and complex nature of research for the discipline itself. Some of the scholars like Hollis describe the discipline as acting slippery, difficult to define, having both strengths of being interdisciplinary, on the contrary, causing some frustrations due to inability to define disciplines which gives discipline a kind of a freedom and expansiveness, whereas on the other hand, there are calls to have more bounded, tighter definitions to establish the discipline as more serious profession in the field. So the aim of the research was to review and explore the application of theory in the scholarly research of interior design and indicate whether theory buildings specific to the discipline exist or not. And to review the use of theory in interior design, basically this study extends on the works of some of the scholars like Thompson, Hewlett, Clemens, and Ekman, which explored the published works until 2016. And here I focused on the latest body of the knowledge by exploring the scientific articles of some of the selected journals until 2023. In terms of the methodology, the research is developed based on the content analysis technique and includes the systematic review of these theory-based articles. In terms of the taken steps, first step was the selection of the academic journals. So these journals had to be peer-reviewed, solely focused on the interior design discipline, and there were 4 of them. One of them was the Journal of Interior Design. It's the oldest scientific journal in the field. Another early established journal, IDEA, and another youngest, relatively new journal, Interior Design, Architecture and Culture, and the youngest journal in the field, the Journal of Interior Design and Academy, are reviewed as the credible sources for the discipline. And in the second phase, I defined particular keywords that acted as the filtering mechanism to what include and what to exclude in this review. And the third step was reviewing of these articles, where I developed particular sub-themes and defined the application of theories specific to the interior design. So based on this analysis, I've come up with 6 sub-themes. In total, 94 articles were reviewed, and only 23 articles are observed to be theory-based. So the first sub-theme was the creativity, and in this one, scholars applied creative methodologies, research techniques, and models to explore interior space and its spatial experience. Second one was the material culture, focusing on the materiality and basically non-human agency and the role of the objects in deriving meaning to the interior spaces. Thirdly, technology. This one was the machine learning processes, the role of the digital world, another AI tracking technologies that help to determine the interior behaviors. And another one was the design, where the scholars used varied theories to understand spatial organizations, design guidelines, as well as providing new thinking about the interior spaces. Fifth one was the learning. Here, learning methods, models, pedagogies, ability tests are provided by the researchers, both for the students and the practitioners. And last one was the environment and behavior, focusing on the experience models, perception, movement mapping, etc., where they were trying to identify the creation of positive experiences within the interiors. So the category of design observed to be most cited theoretical framework, followed by environment and behavior, creativity, learning, while material, culture, and the technology were the least cited subcategories. And the majority of these theories can be identified as being adopted from other disciplines, majorly from psychology, anthropology, pedagogy, and the philosophy, For instance, one theory, which was oblique function theory, belongs to the discipline of architecture, and another theory called the plastic number theory is combination of mathematics and art, or the productive factor theory finds its roots in the field of economics. As 23 out of 94 articles explicitly use theory, 31 articles also refer to particular concepts, but they did not really apply these concepts as the theoretical frameworks. So they were only referred in the literature sections. So here you can see some of the list of these concepts. So they were mentioned concepts, they were cited in isolation within the context, somehow attributing a sandwich approach, cited at the beginning, then referenced at the end, but did not necessarily use to guide the design in overall. So, based on this systematic analysis of the selected journals, findings reveal that variety theories are adopted from other disciplines help to create interdisciplinary knowledge base for interior design. And drawing theories from a wide array of disciplines illustrated also the lack of established theories being unique to the interior design discipline. Having enriched yet deficit of century-centric literature exemplifies the importance of embracing the marginality of the interior to break away from other disciplines. So therefore, the creative endeavor of researchers and the utilization of specialized theories are needed to enhance the promising future of the discipline. Still, the analysis of these frameworks are promising for the future development of the body of knowledge, especially the gap in the theory development specific to the interior design can be potentially filled with the phenomenon of interiority, which highly appears in the recent studies in the discipline. So this ongoing fascination with the interiority helps to build on new scholarship and explores the interior not necessarily being limited within the physical boundaries, yet acting transient, urban, or interdisciplinary. So to sum up, within the parameters of this study, regardless of the limited number of theory-based studies, the infancy of the established theories in interior design, contemporary research is promising for the future of the discipline. Yet, it is clear that further theoretical developments are required in the advancement of the interior discipline. That was the end of the presentation. Thank you for listening. Okay. Sorry. Now we will move on to the second presentation. A critical inquiry of material aging in interior architecture by Soumya Kimesari and Professor Amal Shah from CEP University, Faculty of Interior Design, India.
And alongside University Creator, Professor Amal Shah, I'm excited to present our research project titled A Critical Inquiry of Material Aging in Interior Architecture. Let's have a look at the life of a material. We see that a new material over time decays, changes its properties, and shows the traits of aging or weathering, with change in its quality and thus gets old. This old material now is in a position to either become valuable. The aim of this research is to examine the strategy of aging and weathering materials in the field of interior architecture for specifically adaptive reuse environments. This research is divided into 4 parts. The first one talks about the theory of aging and weathering, its evidences and impacts. Second part details the visible and invisible evidence of aging and weathering, decay, and time respectively. The third part talks about the values and design approaches of adaptive reuse, including the 3 value drivers of the approaches. The last part details one of the approaches, ruination, and its practical application in the field of interior architecture. This study is a response to human emotions, thus blends the two fields, psychology and interior architecture, in order to design spaces which are more emotionally resonating, more user-centric, aesthetically appealing and sustainable, keeping in mind the future. What is aging? The most basic definition of aging is growing old, be it a living being or a material. For a material, the theoretical causes for the same include corrosion, wear and tear, oxidation, and exposure to the environment. Then what is the difference between aging and weathering? Weathering specifically refers to the process of external environmental factors causing physical and chemical changes at the surface level of the material. External environmental factors being the key, the surface changes are seen when light, wind, rain, or temperature changes act on the materials. When we talk about evidence for aging and weathering, there exists two kinds, visible and invisible. Decay, being the visible evidence, can contribute to a sense of authenticity and add to the overall aesthetic appeal of the design. And the invisible evidence, being time, is only felt. Let's talk about decay first. The word by itself holds a negative connotation, as it literally means cause of rotting or decomposing. Even in societal terms, it holds negatives, as it trails towards decline in quality. For example, how someone claims their culture to be decaying in the younger generations. However, in the field of interior architecture, decay doesn't necessarily have to mean something negative. This is where the aging and weathering of material act as a benefit to defy this negative notion. This could be done through enhancing the very decay of materials. Decay enhancement could be done through certain ways. One of them is through emphasizing the patina of the material. As seen in the Alembic Museum, Vadodara, a city in India, the old factory was repurposed where certain parts of the building were kept as is to enhance the history of the space. The other way of doing so is by using reclaimed materials in the built form. This is seen in the Courage House by Studio S+PS, where they have used old reclaimed materials in the living area of a house, which opens to the front facade, keeping all the windows functional as well. There are three ways in which one may interpret different meanings of decay: in nature, in society, and in materials. Ultimately, all the decay happens or is visible through the decay in the material itself. Material decay may be classified into two types. Incidental is when material is naturally decaying due to environmental factors, while curated decay is the process where decay is made a deliberate feature in the design. Talking about the conceptual evidence of aging and weathering, time is the key to both measured duration and cultural and historical significance. Time is also a key to designing a space, as it decides the lifespan of each and every building material of the space. Time causes temporality, a concept which intends to experiment with the representation of time. As we talked about earlier, time gives importance to history, emotions, and culture, thus amplifying the value of the material or the built form. Coming to the third part of the research, as we talked about value, we need to understand the perception of values. Creation deals with designing the space according to the needs and aesthetics, while enhancement is the improvisation on the already existing space. Here, we only deal with the value enhancement part as we talk about adaptation. In the book Heritage of Built Forms talks about three design approaches of adaptation: amulatio, facadism, and ruination. This project details out only the ruination approach. Ruination is the approach which respects the aged and weathered building and lets the old deteriorate over time as a part of the design. A good example is the San Fernando Library, which was once a school, then a cinema, then a theater, and now a library. With all these repurposing of the space, the original stone shell of the building has remained untouched. For such adaptation projects, there are certain key drivers which enhance the value of those spaces. From these, ruination holds four major drivers: time, as it talks about ruins; sustainability, as that much amount of new material is saved; aesthetics, as it is different than the contemporary; and history and emotive value, as it holds a rich past. But is there a need for value enhancement? As humans, our responses are a reflection of our emotions, and aging and weathering of interior materials elicit emotions, such as nostalgia, which contribute to the overall emotional experience of the space. Ruins makes one think of death of the building, death of the past. The concept of memento mori lies in the remembrance of this death. In paintings, this thought has been prevalent. Romanticizing the ruins through realism was a popular painting style. As seen in the painting by Lorraine, it shows the ultimate remembrance of ruins and the past. Contrary to memento mori, this is an example of the Watson Hotel in Mumbai, India. This painting was made way before the building was even constructed. It serves as a reminder of what the building once was and what it could have been if it had been maintained and preserved. Ruination as a term reflects the abandoned buildings and structures. Giving life to it would be reincarnating the ruins. Around the world, such projects have been seen and developed, showing the potential in the aged and weathered. In the local context of India, the first thing that strikes one's mind would be the colonial past. Especially seen in South Bombay, the fort area, the Western culture is very prevalent. These buildings were constructed during the British colonial period in India and are characterized by their grand architecture and ornate detailing. In the concept of Orientalism, Western intellectuals and artists have used their knowledge of the Orient to justify and reinforce Western domination over Eastern societies. Now, these spaces have been retaken by the locals, but the architecture style stays. An example for that is the repurposed building in Ballard Estate, Tianu. The exterior of the building is stone, while after the revamp, the interiors were seen to have bricks. They were then kept exposed, and a lot of reclaimed materials and spaces, such as the staircase, was reused to revive the space within YOLO. Yet, the question remains, why do we love these age-old buildings, structures, interiors, and architecture? Old buildings serve as living witnesses to past eras and cultural practices, leaving us with a modern nostalgia and providing a tangible connection to the past that may be difficult to find in more modern structures. Buildings are not passive objects, but play an active role in shaping and maintaining societal power relations. In case of old buildings, their perceived cultural value often stems from the historical narratives they represent and the power structures they reflect and reinforce. By embracing the physical decay and weathering of old buildings, people can reclaim a sense of ownership over their cultural heritage and resist the power dynamics that seek to control and commodify this living, breathing museum. A plausible response to this love is a sustainable approach to conservation that preserves the historical and cultural significance of the building while making it relevant to the current needs. The reasons being, by reclaiming these buildings and repurposing them for local use, communities can assert their own cultural identity. They represent an essential chapter in the region's history and are valued for their architectural and cultural significance. By giving a new identity to the built space, by transforming the negative associations of the past into positive ones, preserving the past while adapting it for the current needs, it provides economic benefits by revitalizing neglected areas and creating new opportunities for business and tourism. Also, certain government restrictions and bylaws restrict the demolition or encourage the preservation of structures, making it a necessity to adapt. Using original materials and the material culture and adaptive reuse processes help preserve the authenticity of the building and retain its historical value. Juxtaposition of contrasting materials helps to create a dialogue between the past and the present, highlighting the historical significance of the older materials and innovative potential of the new materials. Through the research, aged and weathered materials contribute to a sense of familiarity, reminiscence, and coherence in the space, creating an emotional response. Using these materials may also contribute to sustainability efforts by promoting the reuse and repurposing of materials. Thank you.
Çok fazla otel, çok az zaman.
Thank you, Sonia, Kinesar, and Professor Amanda. We will move on to the third presentation. Third presentation, presenting a design method that begins with space and ends with building by Asil Youssef Süreyya, Cihan Diab, and Dima Al-Shaheen.
Hello, everyone. My name is Asil Zarigat. I am a part-time lecturer at American University of Madaba in Jordan. And with my students, Shihan Diab, Dima Al-Shaheen, we prepared this paper titled Presenting a Design Method that Begins with Space and Ends with Building. This paper was actually based on a studio I conducted last semester at the university, where students were introduced to the design of space prior to the design, the formulation of a concept, or any, and then moved forward with form and finally building proposal. This sought to move away from architecture as an object or any preoccupation with form into architecture as a spatial phenomena imbued with ideas, meaning, relevance, but most importantly, relevance. So what I mean by relevance is that where the production of space becomes reflective of the social realities existing in a place, so that the building would start to respond to context spatially and experientially. Reading through The Timeless Way of Building by Christopher Alexander, and this idea or this focus on how the life and soul of a place is actually dependent on not on the physical environment, but on the patterns of events which we experience there. So I look to The Timeless Way of Building as a support to my argument, but specifically this idea when Christopher Alexander talks about the quality without a name, that which gives buildings character and makes them alive, as dependent on the existence of these patterns of events. And these patterns of events are understood as common happenings, common practices, activities, specific to a locale. And the design method here seeks to introduce this idea of, if we look outwards to integrate to these patterns of events that happen in a specific place, if we integrate them into the building, then the building would respond to context spatially. Given that the median age range in Jordan is 24 years old, and in Amman it's actually 25 years old, the students were asked to design a youth center that caters for the youth in an area called Jabal Al-Webde, which is one of Amman's oldest neighborhoods. It is well known for its art scene and sidewalk cafes and restaurants, and is known also to be a youth hub. So the design approach asked students to, first of all, conduct a photographic documentation of how the youth interact with the city. What are their activities? What do they like to do? These moments or instances of action. This is what the students were required to do as a way to first analyze how to design a building that caters for the youth. It was important to first know what are the activities, and what are the events that actually take place in the city. And this is derived partially from Chumi's event in Chumi's terms as an item in a program or a particular use or a singular function. So the tripartite mode, this is from the Park in the Manhattan transcripts, the tripartite mode of situating a photograph, a space or event, space and movement was adopted as we moved forward, where I asked students to situate the photograph, spatialize the actual action and represent it in a plan, and then finally draw a simple circulation diagram. And this was, so as we can see here in example 1, The Street by Jihan Diab, Jihan took a picture of two individuals taking a picture of each other. One is taking a picture of another against a backdrop of lights. So what Jihan did, she spatialized it or designed a spatial condition that is basically a linear spatial condition with occasional niches for picture taking. And then this is the circulation diagram. This set is one of other 4 sets that constituted the main programs in the youth center building proposal. So this is one of other 4, so for every photograph, she designed a spatial condition and a circulation diagram and an accompanying circulation diagram. And this is an example of one of them, and as we can see in relative to her building proposal, which are 3 volumes that shift off of each other. As we can see here, highlighted in red is the street, enclosed by the actual volumes. It's all outdoors, so she maintained this outdoor quality, and then added this idea of the niches, or added those niches for picture taking against different types of backdrops. Another example is by the mural room by Dima Al-Shaheen, who observed that the youth, a common practice by the youth there is that there are many mural paintings around the city. So she simply designed a space that consists of a series of walls, or a continuous wall that gets painted and repainted repeatedly. And this is the circulation diagram. So this space starts to serve as a space for experimentation, for expression, for mural painting. This set is one of other 4 main programs. But if we see the mural room relative to her building proposal, so those are the 3 volumes submerged in the ground. As we can see here, highlighted in red is the mural room, and we can see it here, the mural room, and this is a visualization that shows how she imagined it after she tweaked it up a little bit, after she worked through the design of the building. So this is this is the gist of what the paper talks about, this idea of designing space prior to moving into any other step in the design process, and then finally ending with the building proposal. The idea of looking at social practices or spaces becoming reflective of the social practices of a place. Or the idea of the studio thought of spaces becoming reflective of the social practices in a place is a method at contextualizing a building, but also it leaves room for a lot of creative design, in the sense that if we look at if we derive program from actual activities that are present in a specific or patterns of events that happen in a place, then we could come up with a plethora of space types, and we could move away from the standard spaces that are often used in buildings, or just plotted in programs, in building programs. And this was really the idea of the design method that the paper presents. Of course, it is. I elaborate much more on it in the paper, and support it with further references. But thank you very much.
Thank you. This was the end of our 3rd presentation. Thank you, Asil Youssef, Jehan Diab, and Dima Al-Shaheen for this unique topic. Then we will move on to the 4th presentation by Fasui Olitbenga Steven, Dr. Hurasha Metnia, and Omaya Jova and Ikodasi.
Good day, everyone. I am presenting on a topic titled The Evolution of Medieval Romanesque and Byzantine to Gothic Architecture, recourse to the Darwin's theory. First of all, let me go through the abstract. The study revealed the uncanny relationship in Darwin's theory of evolution and the evolution of medieval architectural forms from the Byzantine through the Romanesque to the Gothic, as can be observed from architectural history. The Byzantine architecture came in time before the Romanesque, and the Romanesque before the Gothic. the Byzantine came just after the classic architecture. And I remember that a major Byzantine architecture was the Hagia Sophia, designed and constructed by Isidorus and of Miletus and Anthemius of Tralles in 313 AD. Then shortly after the death of the Byzantine was the Romanesque, which was a more sturdy architecture. Then following that was the Gothic architecture. And that was how it proceeded in time. So this paper is an attempt to examine the relationships between the three types of architecture I just described and their structural components in time, how it evolved, and the relationships between this evolution spelled out by the theory of evolution. The paper appraised medieval, Byzantine, Romanesque, and Gothic styles and pointed out that major features of the Romanesque are copious in the Gothic, but are inflected in response to the Gothic architecture. You will simply see that they are reminiscent of Romanesque because there are certain aspects of the Romanesque that are obvious in the Gothic, but this time they have been more developed because of the demands of the era. Then going forward, the study wants to examine the relationship between these structural modifications against the backdrop of the Darwin's theory. The Darwin's theory is a theory that persists that trend in evolution is as a result of the preceding genre adopting some of the qualities and characteristics of its predecessor. And those qualities and characteristics that are adopted or inherited are by a process called beneficial selection. And after it has been selected, it becomes innate part of the predecessor, and that they have been obtained by natural selection. That is just a simple, very simple explanation of the Darwin's theory. And now, how does it relate to this notion, which constitutes the discourse of this discussion? But before going further, I want to contextualize my discussion within literature. The studies of humanistic aspect of architecture, which is what my presentation is about, because I'm relating architecture to the Darwin's theory. In other words, I'm relating stone to flesh. I'm relating architecture to biology. But there have been write-ups about this relationship between human configurations and architecture, stone and flesh, architecture and biology, from history. Indeed, Vitruvius, in his 10 books on architecture, depicts the topic of the body as a representative of humanistic traditions of architecture. And since then, this tradition has been continuously promoted. As can be seen from the slide, the body as a representative of humanistic tradition of architecture. And this is the diagram showing this. Then following this is the medieval architecture. A very strong example of the medieval architecture is the Hagia Sophia. Like I said, it was designed by Anthemius and Isidorus, commissioned by Constantine in 313 AD. This is the building, and this is the dome, with drones underneath. Following this, we have the Romanesque architecture. This is the Romanesque architecture, which follows the Byzantine in time, as can be seen, the vaults, the roofs, and the vault in these characteristics, the Romanesque architecture. The Romance architecture is sturdy and thick, lumpy, and evoke a sense of mass rather than volume, which could be seen. Biologically, this support system resembles a mass of muscles with less developed bony skeletons. And, as can be seen here, this is an example of the Romanesque architecture. You can see the lump, sturdy and lumpy, and evoke a sense of mass rather than tradition, which is beams and columns. And this in a way can be likened to lower animals, such as lower mammals, such as the dolphins. You can see the muscles, the muscular body system of the Romanesque is very close to that of the amphibian mammals, the dolphin. But this can further be this study goes further to be seen in another perspective. Looking at this is an example of Gothic architecture. You can see that the ribs are much more developed, and which can be likened to the musculoskeletal system of man. Can be likened to the musculoskeletal system of man. So while the Romanesque is likened to the dolphin, while the Romanesque, yes, is likened to the dolphins, the Gothic is likened to the musculoskeletal system of man. And so we can see the development that man, according to the theory of evolution, is much more developed than dolphin. Likewise, the Gothic is much more developed in time than the Romanesque, which brings us to the conclusion that the study attempts at understanding the relationships between the Byzantine, the Romanesque, and the Gothic in time, vis-a-vis the backdrop of the Darwin's theory. So, in conclusion, the study opines that the slender additions lends credence to the feminine qualities of the Gothic, and that the Gothic architecture evolves from the Byzantine and Romanesque, and that the structural forms of the Gothic is an advanced genre of the Romanesque. Lastly, the study explained this natural order of evolution, taking recourse to the Darwin's theory of evolution, and in this way, the study concludes that the Gothic is superior to the Romanesque, and that it is a structural and that the structural components are much more developed. Thank you very much for listening. Good evening.
Thank you. This was the end of the first presentation. Now we will move on to the last presentation of our session, Reimagining Animal Shelter Design, Fostering Holistic Welfare in Northern Cyprus and Beyond, which will be presented by PhD candidate Anant National.
Hello, welcome to my presentation. My name is Radan Tarhun, and today I'm going to present on reimagining animal shelter design, fostering holistic welfare in Northern Cyprus and beyond. I will follow this agenda in my presentation. First of all, I will start with the introduction part. Animal shelters are facilities designed to provide temporary refuge for homeless or abandoned animals. In contemporary societies, these shelters aim to offer a warm, safe haven while ensuring the animals receive proper nutrition and care. In northern Cyprus, the growing animal population poses significant challenges, making the design and functionality of shelters critical for the welfare of their residents. The significance of this study is that it addresses and examines the evolving problems found in animal shelters in northern Cyprus. In this study, contribute to improving the welfare standards of animals in the shelter areas, at the same time trying to shed light on the wider societal implications of shelter design and management. The problem of the study is in the inability of existing animal shelters in northern Cyprus to provide for the various needs of their residents. This problem encompasses spatial quality, animal psychological welfare, and shelter effectiveness in addressing the welfare deficiencies. Purpose of the study is to contribute to creation of more effective and humane shelter environment by identifying design deficiencies and suggestion improvements to existing animal shelters in northern Cyprus. It also explores and evaluates how to improve the quality of life of animal residents, considering the psychological effects for both animals and humans. The aim of the study is to develop innovative design and strategies for the design and management of existing animal shelters in northern Cyprus to improve the welfare of animal residents and to further increase positive interactions between humans and animals. Research question in this study: do animal shelters in northern Cyprus effectively meet the needs of their inhabitants, both in terms of physical design and psychological well-being? It explores how the layout and spatial quality of shelters influence the overall health and happiness of animals. Additionally, it assesses the shelter's ability to provide environments that reduce stress and promote positive behaviors, considering factors such as space, comfort, enrichment, activities, and human-animal interactions. The hypothesis of this study is that improving the design and management of animal shelters in northern Cyprus to better meet the needs of animal inhabitants and enhance their well-being, there will be a corresponding improvement in human perceptions of animal welfare and increased adoption rates. This study employs a systematic review methodology to evaluate and improve the design and management of animal shelters in northern Cyprus, focusing on enhancing the welfare of sheltered animals. The steps are as follows. First of all, literature review. A comprehensive review of current literature on animal shelter design, animal behavior, and welfare standard is conducted. This review aims to identify key factors influencing animal welfare in shelter environments and to highlight best practice in shelter design. Second one is development of guidelines. Based on the insights gained from the literature review and data analysis, the study develops a set of architectural and operational guidelines aimed at improving the welfare of animals in northern Cyprus shelters. In Figure 8, we can see the methodology diagram. Each factors are related with each others. Animal welfare and animal behavior is dependent factors in this research. Animal shelter design is independent factors, but all factors are related between each others. The result underscore the importance of considering animal behavior and psychological needs in architectural design. aiming to optimize both animal welfare and human-animal interaction between shelter settings. The study emphasizes the increasing significance of pleasure, health, and life satisfaction in architectural design. According to the factors in Figure 9, the table shows that tight relationship between animal well-being, animal shelter design, animal behavior, and architectural welfare. We can see that all factors are related with each others. According to these factors, the guide we have made in this direction will be an invaluable tool that can be utilized in all shelters that are developing or that need to be developed. In guidelines for shelter design and management, we use nutrition, physical environment, health, behavioral interaction, mental state, facility design, sound control, behavioral assessment, drop boxes, and environmental sustainability. According to this guideline, which has been developed based on the research conducted, will be applied to shelters will be in the form of points. For each category, 1 point is given for each yes or no answer. If a shelter scores 10 points in all categories, it will be considered as a shelter that has achieved the highest welfare standards. Shelters that score 3 or 4 in the answer to this guide are those that have significant deficiencies and are in urgent need of improvement. If shelter scoring 6 or 7 points have identified areas for improvement but generally have normal welfare conditions. Shelters scoring 0 points are in serious breach of animal welfare standards and require immediate interventions. As a result of the study, we have developed a guideline aimed to improving the design of animal shelters and addressing the welfare needs of animals. This guideline is based on a literature review and will be applied to all shelters in Northern Cyprus to assess the improvements needed in shelter framework and manage animal behavior and welfare. Due to the limited time available in this research, only a guideline with principles and a rating system has been produced. These guidelines serves a valuable template for designers who wish to raise the criteria for shelter design to a higher standard and thus provide optimal welfare conditions for animals in the shelter environment in Northern Cyprus. These are my references. Thank you for your listen.
Thank you, Ladan Tarhun, for this valuable research. I think now we can start the questions and answer discussion sessions. Any questions from the audience? Or any comments, any suggestions for this unique studies?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hello, Mohammed.
Yes, hello. Just I have thanks for everyone about this valuable presentations. My question is for the last presentation, Ms. Laden Hoja, about like does the societal element or how the societal element influencing the research topic, or what is the societal role in this research? This is the first question. The second one is, what about the shelter? Can we find not another place, but what about the shelters in general as a concept for the animals? These two questions just I have. And thanks for everyone again.
Hello, everyone. For the first question is societal elements. It's like the elements needs to be positively related with the shelter design. And for your second question, you asked that the positively, sorry, can you repeat the questions again? For the second one?
Excuse me, I lost the connection. For the second question is about the shelter. What about the concept of a shelter?
The concept is the shelter concept is different because every the city and every the area has a different design about the concept. It's related with the guidelines because we need to support their health, their behavior, and these all things all related with their welfare in the shelter environment. So we are not going to talk about the concept, we are going to talk about the design criteria in the environment of the shelters.
Okay, thank you so much, Hocam. Thank you.
Maybe I can continue with the animal shelter presentation. You also, since you're creating this guideline for the well-being of the animals, right? You also mentioned about this psychological well-being of the animals. So what specific methods are you using to assess the well-being of these animals?
The observation going to be will be in this case studies because every animals needs to be stay in their environment. We need to take the observation. For example, their nutrition. They need to get their meals. They need to access their water, and it is also related. It's also affect their behaviors. The bed timing, sleeping timing, and it needs to be really observation. And I need to separate the whole animals in a minimum cage dimensions, and according to that, we will take the considerations.
Yeah, I see. So you're somehow doing a behavioral mapping on the animals, I guess.
Yes, because everything in the shelter environments affect their behavior. For example, when you enter the shelters, all animals start to bark. They don't have any noise controller or another things. They need to be separated. Each of them getting very serious behaviors. For example, when they saw the people, because maybe before that some of the people attack them. Because of them, they are acting differently. So we need to make an observation in the shelter environment.
Yeah, since also I'm from Cyprus, I know the challenging conditions of these shelters also. What is the worst part that you have observed? What is the most difficult part that you have seen so far during your observations? I know that you mentioned about the limited time, but what is the most challenging conditions that we are facing with these shelters in northern Cyprus?
Sorry, we couldn't get the question because the internet interrupted. Can you repeat it, please?
Yes, of course. Since I am also Cypriot, I know this situation with the shelters also. And you also mentioned about the limited time that you couldn't finalize the research yet. I know PhD is a long journey, but what is the most challenging conditions that you have observed in these shelters?
There is a lots of condition. For example, in northern Cyprus, every city has a animal shelters, but in these shelters, for example, 10 puppies or 10 dogs are living in the same cage. When you put the food, they are attacking the food. They don't get any, how can I say, they are not, yes, they are sufficient for everything, just water, food. They are trying to sleep, but they don't have any space to sleep because the 20 or 10 puppies and other dogs are living in the same environment, and they don't have any air ventilation system. They don't have any, how can I say, for example, in summer times, we have it's too much 40, 45 degrees in summer, and they don't have any cover in their shared environment. So there is a lot of factors.
Yeah, a lot of problems. Hopefully, authorities will follow the guidelines that you will generate with your paper.
That's why I choose this topic, because I am in a very loving situation, this kind of animals, cats, dogs, and I am trying, I hope that at the end of my PhD, if I finish this thesis, I will try to get any support and any money from the another governments, and I want to develop a really welfare animal standard shelters in Northern Cyprus.
Yeah, thank you for this valuable research. Do we have the presenters from presentation to a critical inquiry of material aging? Soumya Kemesara or Professor Amol Shah?
Yes, we are here. Yes.
Hello.
Hi. Yes.
Research is very unique also. You examined the strategy of aging and the weathering of these materials for the adaptive reuse of the spaces. And you also mentioned about the psychological part of it, like evoking a sense of nostalgia, etc. So I'm wondering, how did you assess these emotional experience of these spaces? And also, second question, how these aged materials are enhancing the emotional well-being of the occupants? What was the method to assess this?
Okay, so Soumya, I think, is not there available, so I'll answer. Soumya, are you there? Okay, I'll answer. So the first question about the measurement part, so it was a qualitative evaluation. This was done through a live case study. So Soumya, actually, she was my student. She actually went to the place. She looked at, she interviewed people there. She also talked to the designer, the person who actually designed the spaces. And through those observations, it was that we did not mention that in the presentation, but we have all the data with us. So that is there. And what was your second question? Sorry.
How these aged materials are enhancing the well-being of the
So this initially we were, and when we started doing the research, we were always under the impression that, people wanted to get rid of old materials, especially in adaptive reuse buildings, or they wanted to cover it up, because we saw a lot of haphazard or, very casual attempts at adaptive reuse where they hide the old surfaces, at interior architecture level. But then when we actually saw in Mumbai what was happening, that all the old British era textile mills, which were not in a very pleasant condition, they were hardly occupiable in some cases. They would, if you were to apply building codes and standards of safety, you would not even want to walk in there. But yet, through structural intervention, through architectural intervention, they made it preservable, at one level, and at an interior level, they made it occupiable. So what they did was they preserved what they could preserve, at least structurally, architecturally. And then what they did was, whatever new materials that had to be brought in was always put in the sort of a combination of what could work with the old material. So there are lots of there is one area called Lower Parel in Mumbai. Those from Mumbai would know quite well. That entire area is filled with lots of old textile mills, and now they have been adapted into bars, pubs, restaurants, even offices, shopping centers, and so on. So because Mumbai has shortage of space, being an island city, so through government policy, government sort of force this kind of adaptive reuse, and now people are also able to understand that if you preserve this industrial heritage, then it adds value. So that there are multiple layers to this value creation. One is that there is modern industrial heritage that one looks at. There is material culture that one looks at. That all these buildings came up, during the 19th century, mid 19th century, early 20th century. So how do you preserve that industrial heritage, all that? And then there is cultural connotation that it sort of defined the identity of city of Mumbai for a long time. before it became city of skyscrapers and city of slums and all that. So there was a sort of a period of at least 50, 60 years where it became synonymous with the city for its textile manufacturing. So there are multiple such layers which now, people are starting to realize, and that is what they want to preserve wherever they can. Not all of it is possible. Like one example she was talking about called Watson Hotel. Now, unfortunately, it's in a very bad state, but that is a prime example of what the architecture at that time sort of represented of, building materials like cast iron, exposed bricks, ceilings, and, so on, something that we typically associate with prefab, pre-engineered architecture of 19th century. So that is there are multiple layers. And this is something that we found by interviewing the design teams behind such projects. So that is the main, focus. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Do we have questions or comments from the audience? Still, we have like 15 more minutes, so we can continue our discussions. Any comments or suggestions? Okay, maybe I can continue. Do we have presenters from presentation 3, Asil Youssef?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for unique research again. You told us about this design approach by working out the human actions, the social practices, etc., and propose a kind of a design method. I'm wondering how your approach is different from these traditional design methods. What is unique about on your method that you are proposing?
Yes, so the method, so the thing, so the traditional approach that that is usually at least taught at the university or anywhere else is that they start with a concept that relates to the social. It could relate to some given typologies. They could be extracted from the site. So basically a concept that has to do with form, that informs the actual form of the building, that usually relates directly to form, as opposed to it being influencing the actual types of spaces. So the design approach really focuses on the program, on actually starting to rethink this program, to let the program be informed by what's happening in the city. And this is what's, and the idea is that to start with articulating the program by looking at social practices, by looking at activities, by looking at human action, and rethinking that to actually to then design a space prior to begin even thinking of form, before even thinking of what the building will look like. And because this is a studio, it was important to do that. Because it was important to not start with what will the building look like, because this is usually what students are usually preoccupied with. Oh, what will the building look like? So it was like, no, what will the building have? What will the programs be? How will the programs be context sensitive or context specific? So it's this idea of deriving program from human action or from activity, from human activity. And it was I thought this also, it was so important because there's a lot that can happen when you look at human activity. There's a lot that you can start to tweak things. You can start to be creative with, like for example, let's say people eating by the sidewalk. How can you, it's a simple thing, it's a simple observation, but how can you take that and spatialize it, make it integrated into the building? So it's something, so you maintain this outdoor quality, but you put it in a circulation route. So it maintains this condition of eating by a circulation route. And it's just looking at those fundamental things that make up the experience of eating by the sidewalk, for example, and integrating it into the building, so it becomes spatialized, it becomes part of the building. And this is the simple approach that I thought would be important for, especially in a studio environment, only because a lot of focus has been going on what it will look like, and what the building will look like, and instead of how would it be experienced and what it will be like on the inside. And actually, and that's I think that's probably maybe the fundamental difference. Perhaps that could be an answer to your question. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you answered. Thank you. I think it's the same strategy that we deal with within the design of the interiors as well. You are, I think, educating in the architecture department, right?
Yes.
Yes. So as the interior architects, while we teach, we start with the same ideology. We start with the human, the behavioral maps, the activities, the experiences of the spaces. We don't deal with the end product of the building itself, the way it will visualize at the end. And I think you have the same startup point, not dealing with the end product, but starting with the very small, that minor experience of the human being, I guess, right?
Exactly. It's a fundamental like it's just this simple difference that actually makes really influences the whole process, you know, for students and for whoever's taking the studio for
Thank you
Yeah,
for this great
welcome.
study. Any comments or suggestions?
I like to share my thoughts with the previous presenters. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So the previous presenter, she talked about design principles and other things in the studio environment, right? So I think there's some actually design process is not always universal one, right? It's very contextual and subjective, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, it differs from function to function. It means when you are asked to design a residence, that is one context. When you are asked to design a hospital, that is different context. When you are asked to design a tall building, that is totally different scenario, right? Some involves a lot of technology, some involves a lot of social norms, some involves a lot of functionality. I already told you 3 examples. First one involves a lot of social norms. Second one involves a lot of functions where emotion doesn't count because you need to save someone's life, right? In hospital, I mean. And the third one, it involves a lot of technology, which doesn't know about the society much because you are living on a high. You hardly relate with the society, right? Because you are living on a very high and you are controlling the whole premises and you can be looked from apart or very far from that. So you include a very large amount of space or society, like ziggurat, you can see from far away, right? So I think the presenter said something about in the social, it means studio norms and other things. I think it should be, it means reconnected with the functionalities, number one. Second, the contextuality, number two, and the person, it means the personal requirement of the client or the society as well. That's my comment.
Thank you. Dear Asir, would you like to add something to that?
Yes, I just because when you mentioned hospital, this really kind of made me think that perhaps this approach would be a little problematic if it was a bit for a hospital, but it would still apply, I think, if we just think of the spaces first. And but I think there also could the whole dialogue of the organization of spaces that could also be part of, like, it's not just about the actual space, but it's also about the organization of spaces. But you could also still look at how people in a place interact, how people in a city or how people in society interact with everything around them, and that would still influence the functionality. So even in a hospital, I'm just thinking that even in a hospital, even though it's a highly functional, and there's also laws and codes and guidelines, you know, that influence the design of a space and everything. I could still see that that this method could still be applicable if you just think of maybe not the actual space, but also the organization of spaces. Maybe how just the customs, the traditions, how people interact with everything around them. how you organize the space, where you put the where do people move between for example, not the dorms, but like the housing, how important is privacy for example, a specific culture versus another culture. So I still think I don't know if I got you right, Shahryar. So yeah, but I'm just thinking that maybe I did not touch on those different other aspects. But I think yes, it was in the context of a youth center, perhaps it was the most direct way to look at activities, and it was perhaps there was more freedom in that, I would say. Because it's a youth center as opposed to a hospital, there will be less freedom. I'm not sure if I got that right, but I just thought I'd share what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Asir. Of course, if it's a hospital design, it has particular unique regulations that you have to follow. It totally depends on the function of the space, but I think still it is an applicable approach for every project, unless you meet with the needs of the occupants and unless you follow the particular codes and regulations that are necessary in that cases. Thank you. Any more comments or suggestions from the audience? We have 3 more minutes. So if you would like to add something, do we have anybody from the presentation 4? Fasi Olik Benga, Dr. Hura Shahmetnia. I think nobody is here from presentation 4.
Can I make another question, please?
Yes, go for it, please.
Yeah, it is about the critical inquiry of material aging in interior architecture. My question is, how should we decide on what should be conserved, what not to be conserved? That's my question.
That would be very difficult to generalize. But one thing that we realize is that what people value the most. So generally, the research that we did, ultimately, we want to make it as part of a design process, that there is a design thinking, strategizing involved in what to retain and what not to retain. One of the criteria that we saw across the studies that we did was about structural and architectural stability as a primary. So human occupancy of a space takes a primary, criteria for preservation or retention. Everything else can come later. So I think that is one. Then once that is taken care of, then, it's really sort of an open canvas on what kind of a experience or a narrative you want to create in this space, whether you want to highlight, not highlight, etc. Soumya, you want to have a crack at this?
Yeah, I want to add that as he mentioned earlier about the Watson Hotel, that was also sort of tried to be conserved, but when that happened, there was a casualty that sort of happened because of that. So due to all these factors, there are the government guidelines which are supposed to be followed to conserve whatever old material can be actually used as a structure or a material in the building.
So in just to add to that, in the city, at least in Mumbai, there are very strict guidelines regarding old building occupancy and bylaws. So one has to really, stick to the government policy first and foremost, because they are taking care of the human occupation part. Then the experiential part comes. So ultimately, all of these decisions are governed at some level by practicality more than anything. But once that is out of the way, then really it opens up a lot of possibilities for designers to explore, and that is being explored right now all across India. So Mumbai has become sort of a benchmark, and then everyone is sort of copy pasting those policies all across the country.
Okay, thank you, Professor Amal Shah. Thank you, everybody, for this great, valuable presentation, comments, and questions. I think we are done with our session, and the next session.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Elise. Thank you for the chairing this session. I think it's time to go to the next session with Dr. Muhammad. Dr. Muhammad, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Hello?
لا, stay.
Hello. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, because we have two Muhammad Yusuf, yes.
لا, I'm Muhammad Yusuf. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Muhammad, now you are the host.
Okay, so let's start now, or?
Yeah, it is time. It is your time.
Okay. All right. Hello, dear colleagues. It's really been a great pleasure and an honor to be here in this conference, this famous conference. This session is one part of the session about sustainability and urban design, urban management and transportation. And first, I'd like to welcome the session co-chairs, Dr. Shahrayar Raj and Dr. Iqbal Raj. It's been a pleasure to be with you. Let's start with the quote of, "You can't understand a city without using its public transportation system." Really, transportation considered one of the important components of the city structure. So that's why we are here. We have a very interesting papers in this session. We will start with the impact of land use and circulation on external factors in actual area planning. Then it will follow with a paper about analyzing disruptive development in China's transportation sector. Then we have a spatial negative impact of Cairo mega movement corridors, Egypt again. Then we have how to bridge the gap in traffic safety. Very interesting topic. The topic number 5 is micro-mobility integration in Indian urban spaces, India. Then it will be followed by a paper, a different issue, parental preference home to school distance, urban India again. Then we'll follow of a paper about measuring perceived walkability. So we will get into an urban design and walkability issue. Then we will end the session with a paper about socioeconomic impact of mass rapid transit systems. Let's start ahead with the first one. One moment. Okay, this paper is the impact of land use and circulation, external factors influencing actual area planning, actual and broader boundaries. It's by me, Professor Dr. Muhammad Yusuf.
Dr. Muhammad, just press the share sound. There is one checkpoint.
Excuse me?
When you share from Zoom, there is one checkpoint, share the sound.
Just 1 minute.
Yeah, if it is not shared, just unshare this and share it again, but be sure that you are sharing the sound too.
So the sound is not shared right now?
Is it? I cannot hear it.
Okay,
I think it doesn't work.
Let me check again.
Just when you press share, there's one tick. Normally it will be below the screen, at the end of the screen, and sometimes it will be on the right. Share sound.
Okay.
You found it?
Share sound.
Just unshare this.
Okay.
Unshare this and share it again, and you will get the screens that you want to share from Zoom. There is one checkpoint. After it is below the screen, or it is on the right.
Let's say new share. New share. Okay, let me do it again from the scratch.
Take your time,
yeah. Just give me some time. Okay, booster.
It's just checkpoint. Check one tick.
Resume share.
The checkbox, small checkbox. Share sound. It is there. Dr. Muhammad, unshare this one.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. My computer is just behaving so weird. So, okay.
Yeah. Now share it again. Dr. Muhammad, are you here? Okay, Dr. Muhammad, it seems that you have a problem in your mic. Your Mac, okay, not mic, sorry. So can we ask Dr. Shahrayar? Dr. Muhammad, if you hear me, just you can answer through the chat. Can we switch to Dr. Shahrayar to be the chair? Okay, Dr. Shahrayar.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, Shahrayar. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I will make you. It seems that Dr. Muhammad, he has a problem, an issue.
Okay.
I will make you the host for this session.
Okay, sure.
Okay, Dr. Shahrayar, now you are the host.
Okay. So
you can.
Now
You,
I'm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I start?
You can start. Yeah, start.
Yeah.
We all.
So
Yes. Start.
Our first paper to be presented named the impact of land uses and circulation external factors influencing action area planning, AAP actual and border boundaries. This paper is going to present by Mohammed M. Yusuf, Dr. Mohammed M. Yusuf. I'm sharing the presentation.
Okay, Dr. Shahrayar, have you shared your screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing this.
Come on. Okay.
Is it shared? Is it shared?
Doctor, there's no sound.
Oh, but
Just unshare this, Dr. Shahrayar. Unshare this, and when you share it again, just be sure that you are there's one checkbox. Share the sound.
Okay.
Either it is below or it is right.
I think the video itself has some problem.
The file?
Yeah, I think the file, I'm just playing by myself. But it's
Okay,
not, it doesn't,
okay. Let's do one thing to be sure about this. Yeah. Could you go to select another file analyzing the disruptive development, which is behind?
Yeah, I'm doing it, yes.
Select another file.
Yeah. Same problem.
Have you checked that checkbox? Share the sound?
I think I did, but let's try it again. Should I share the screen? It is entire screen. Will that work? Hello.
Hello?
Yeah.
This one is working?
Should I share only the screen? Or you're saying something different?
No, I'm just saying when you share the screen from Zoom,
yeah,
you have below at the end of the screen, below the screen, you have one checkbox, which is share sound. That checkbox should be ticked to get the sound shared with the audience.
Unfortunately, there is no such button.
If it is not below, it will be on the right. On the right.
Right. It says layout and options on the right, nothing else. And there's only button called share.
Okay. I think I will do it right now. I will try from my side, Dr. Shahrayar.
Sure.
I'll try.
Share.
Okay, I'll try from my side.
Sure.
Greetings, Mark. My dear colleagues, I'm Associate Professor Mohammed Youssef from the department.
Could you hear the sound?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Mohammed, you will be the chair.
Yes,
I am
yeah,
just going to switch on the files from my side, but you will be the chair of the session. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, so I will start with this one.
Of Urban Planning, All right. Faculty of Urban and Regional Planning, Cairo University, Egypt. My research is about what sorts of impacts of land uses and circulation, external factors outside the project area that influence the action area planning, and how we identify the actual and broader boundaries, and how these land use and circulation external factors can impact of making the project boundaries extend outside the actual boundary. Briefly, in 10 minutes, I will talk about what is action area planning, what I meant with AAP, and what are the external physical factors that impact on how we identify the boundaries of the project. That what the research is about. In that case, I will take two case studies. The first case with Nazl Samman and Giza Plateau, action area planning. The second case is Cairo Port Said industrial area, action area. And then I will end up with the results and discussion and conclusion. Action area planning is a method to achieve a comprehensive city planning vision by addressing the spatial planning vision to improve the urban performance of the city elements. In addition, action area planning sometimes emerges from the immediate need or importance of the area to function according to immediate problems in a certain area in the city that arise in a certain urban sectors that need an immediate action. So action area planning, in addition, is the special urban approach to achieve economic and social environmental balance in each part of the city. When we start the project, the action area project, the research addresses the issue of how external factors influence the identification of the range of the study area in action area planning. The research argues that identifying the study area boundaries, spatial boundaries, is the result of some certain urban factors. These factors are the fundamental base to identify the action area macro-spatial boundaries that needs to be considered during the study of the micro-spatial boundaries. What I meant by that is there's an actual boundaries of the project that we will make the proposal for it. But actually there's external factors outside the project that can influence to take decisions in the action area, in the actual area. The research approach that issues by comparison between two action area projects conducted in Greater Cairo to understand how far these macro factors can influence range of the action area study of Nazl Samman and Port Said action area. The subject of urban regeneration and action area actual boundaries and the interrelation between external and internal factors of action area have been always the central debate between urban planners, practitioners. Actual project area, we can name it as connectivity with surrounded land use and activities, transportation routes, is a central study in this research. What we are trying to do in this research is to understand what is the external factors that influence how we identify the spatial boundaries of the action area and how it will influence in decision-making process.
The two cases, the one to the left is the Giza Plateau and Nazl Samman area, and how and this shows how we identify the outside or the external land use distribution and in its relation with the Nazl Samman, the actual project. And to the right is to the left, sorry, is the Giza Plateau. So this project was sub-unique location because it's a Giza Plateau. There's only one Giza Plateau and 3 pyramids in the world. So in this case, we were carefully taking into consideration what is the macro or external influences and how we take the decision in the Nazl Samman area. So in that case, we took into consideration a large portion of the external land use, the major routes, the major roads, the proposed projects, the tourist projects that proposed outside the area, because all these factors are influencing the actual action area boundaries. And to the right is the Port Said industrial area. Port Said industrial area it's a bit closer to the older Greater Cairo CBD central area. So it has a mixed use land uses and it has a lot of industrial activities, and its boundaries extend to the River Nile to the left and to other areas to the right. It's also important to take into consideration the administrative boundaries. So to the right is the administrative boundaries of Port Said project, and to the right is the administrative and external factors to Nazl Samman area. One important influence to the two projects was the circulation of movements. Port Said project was actually, it's a street of Port Said, and all the intersected roads that leads from the east side to the west side of Cairo, and it's being closer to the older Cairo CBD makes it a very interactive area. So in that case, we had to take into consideration the transportation routes and where all these intersections can influence what we do in the Port Said project and how it influences the broader area. In Nazl Samman, it's Giza Plateau and Al Haram Street and a lot of regional roads and ring roads around Cairo. So in that case also the circulation of movements direct influence with the Nazl Samman project. So we have to be very carefully when we take actions in the actual area and how it will influence the external boundaries of the project. A comparison has been made between the methodology of how we identify the broader areas that will be influenced by the actual project in Nazl Samman and Port Said. There's a certain factors, external factors, we found out that it was very important to take into consideration. The results and outcomes of this comparison, we can identify it as a number of factors. Number one is external factors influence the range to identify the action area project. It's one important piece of the puzzle. To identify spatial planning boundaries approach, of course. The second one is the size of the action area and the importance of the action area. It's also a key issue of how it interacts with the rest of the city, spatial structure and external factors. In the case of Nazl Samman, it was a very unique project. So the broader boundaries were much, much larger than the one in Port Said project. We can identify the most influential external factors, mainly in movement and circulation and major roads, public transportation routes. Definitely it will influence the decision making in our projects and the outside area of the project. The second one is the land use and activities. It's very important to integrate the land uses outside the area with the proposed land use in the actual area, action area planning. The last one is the external project proposal outside the action area project boundaries. Surely it will influence the kind of decision making and the proposed land use and all the types of sorts of decision making that will take into consideration the outside proposals. Thank you very much.
Dr. Muhammad, you're
you are-
muted.
All right, my dear colleagues. First, we are very sorry about these technical problems. We can move quickly to the second presentation. It's analyzing the disruptive development trends in China's smart transportation sector, a national policy perspective. It's by Cheng-Yan N. We can start the presentation now.
Hello, this is Cheng-Yan An. Today I will present my paper. The title is Analyzing the Disruptive Development Trends in China's Smart Transportation Sector, a National Policy Perspective. Here is an outline of today's presentation, which follows the organization of my thesis. Starting with the introduction, I want to outline the research context of our research. Many cities recognize the value of using open data and a data platform to improve urban transport in smart cities. However, most discussions on smart transport focus on Western countries, leaving out experiences from other parts of the world. China, as a major developing country, is quickly upgrading its smart transportation systems to be more intelligent and advanced, since so its rapid market growth. The Chinese government has been a strong advocate for incorporating technology in transportation to make it more efficient, safer, and environmentally friendly. This raises two important questions for my research. How has China's approach to smart transportation policy evolved at a national level, and what factors have kept its intelligent transportation move forward in recent years? I plan to delve into this topic in the upcoming sections. The goal of my research is to take a closer look at how China has developed its smart transportation policies. I'm to highlight China's progress in the context of global smart transportation, expanding the discussion to include wide perspectives. This will help deepen the conversation about how smart transportation systems are developed and used. Moving on to the literature review section, I first look at how developed countries have tackled the increasing need for urban transport services by pushing forward smart transportation systems. I point out the crucial role that governments have played in introducing policies that provide a strong base for these systems. China, despite joining this movement later in the early 1990s, has been keenly adopting lessons from around the world to grow its smart transportation. This growth is backed by a mix of policy support and tech advancements, resulting in a swift expansion of smart transportation. Yet, there's a clear gap in our understanding of how these policies have been driving the Chinese government's support for smart transportation, especially the factors that have kept it moving forward in recent years. The study aims to fill this gap by looking at the development of smart transportation in China through the lens of government policies. Then we will move to the methodology part. I analyzed China's smart transportation policies from the last decade with quantitative text analysis. I utilized two tools for this analysis. Firstly, using set-based software to identify key themes in policy documents and track their evolution, helping us understanding the focuses of transportation policies research over time. Then with the help of NVivo plus 12 software, can provide a deeper analysis, enable us to present our data visually with charts and graphs. We also apply the Roosevelt and the Ziegfeld framework to classify policies by supply, demand, and environmental aspects. This detailed approach helps us to thoroughly explore the content of each policies. We source our policies from reliable government websites, ensuring the authority of our data. Our study examines 64 policies, which are particularly focused on the advancements in smart transportation since 2013. This period marks significant progress in the field within China. Moving to our findings and results, we started by looking at how China's smart transportation policies have changed since 2013. Despite some ups and downs due to the COVID-19 pandemic, there has been a general increase in policy activity over the decade. Then we will look closer at how related topics have shifted over time by analyzing keywords that appear together in documents. Our work found 9 main groups of topics, each showing at different points in our diagrams. Notably, topics related to technology innovation and information innovation were consistently popular, especially between 2015 to 2017. However, interest in innovative application leveled off in 2020, where public transport started gaining more attention in 2022. This shows a change towards focusing on smarter public transportation systems for better urban movement. Then, to see how these policy tools have been applied over time, especially during different pandemic stages, we used a feature in NVivo to create a matrix. This matrix shows that the Chinese government mainly relied on supply-focused tools. Post-pandemic, there was a shift in focuses toward developing skills, even though the overall attention to different areas decreased from 2022 to 2023. Our study also found the use of tools focused on the environment and development was fairly even, with monitoring tools being most common among environment-focused ones. Additionally, there was an increase in international cooperation after the pandemic, showing the government's efforts to engage more globally post-crisis. In our discussion, we will look at how China's smart transportation has developed over the last 10 years. Despite a slowdown from the pandemic in the last 2 years, the sector is growing faster and shows a positive direction. China focuses on using high-tech to better transportation and digital management, with more attention on public transport. By analyzing policies with NVivo, we will see how government priorities have shifted over time. Even with progress, China's smart transportation isn't as advanced as in some Western countries. A major problem is the lack of teamwork, especially between the government and the business, leading to disjointed efforts. The market isn't fully supporting public goods due to its development and lax rules, causing confusion. Also, smart transport projects that work well in cities may not do so in rural areas, highlighting the need for a more welcoming approach to smart transportation development. To tackle these issues, policies need to be customized for China's special situation and goods at every development stages. Effective promotion and implementation of smart transportation policies rely on tools that encourage teamwork and government-business partnerships. Setting up a system for easy sharing of information and data is crucial for better coordination and collaboration. Fine-tuning these policy tools is essential to hit the strategic targets of the smart transportation sectors. We need a detailed look at the main type of policy tools to ensure they are used right in developing smart transportation. Finally, I want to underline some key points and the limitation of our studies. Our research only looked at national policies in China, not touching on local ones. This means we haven't checked how these national policies are put into practice locally. Also, our focus has been on policies about the supply, demand, and the environment, suggesting a wide range of tools which give us a more complete view of smart transportation developments in China. Despite these limitations, our study offers valuable insights, showing the strategic directions of China's government and enhancing our understanding of policy tools in smart transportation. We also give policymakers important information to better match policies with what people really need from their work travels. Our aim is to close the gap between policy theory and real-world needs, making sure policy focuses on users and work well. Thanks for your listening.
Thank you very much, Yan. It's a very interesting topic. Now we will move to the third presentation. It's a special negative influence of Cairo mega movement corridor on adjacent local area land uses and movement. The case study of Ain Shams corridor. It's by Associate Professor Muhammad Yusuf.
Hello, dear colleagues. I'm Associate Professor Muhammad Yusuf, Urban Planning Department, Faculty of Urban and Regional Planning, Cairo University, Egypt. My research is about the special negative influence of Cairo mega movement corridors on adjacent local area land uses and movement, and the case of Ain Shams corridor as a case study. This research discussed the negative influence of the Greater Cairo major movement corridor to connect the east side of Greater Cairo with the west side of the Greater Cairo. The travel time have been influenced and has negative side on the local transportation. In other way, it is the solution and the problem at the same time. So this research will discuss the Greater Cairo movement urban corridors, the strategies for and goals for Greater Cairo movement corridors, and how we conduct the traffic study to evaluate the Ain Shams movement corridor. Then I'll talk about the spatial analysis of traffic studies of that corridor, and I will end up with the results, discussion, and conclusion. Definitely the importance of Greater Cairo urban corridors, transport connectivity in the regional level, let's say between Delta in the north side and Eastern Desert and Suez Canal region. Greater Cairo fast corridors act as a major solution of regional connectivity between eastern and western part of Greater Cairo. But this comes with a price, with a higher price, because when the government did this projects to connect the two sides of the Greater Cairo, actually it has a negative influence on the local transportation and local traffic that causes more problems. Well, this research discussed the problems that impact on the transportation and traffic on the local level when we move from an area to another, and how this traffic study have been conducted to estimate the magnitude of local traffic new problems caused by these corridors. The study of Ain Shams corridor that connect the delta on the northern sides of Egypt and traffic flow coming from eastern Greater Cairo new communities, 6th of October and Giza Fringe, to western part of the Greater Cairo, New Cairo and New Capital City. The traffic study divides the corridor into three segments, A, B, and C. These segments are the parts that formulate the old inner urban fabric of Greater Cairo. To divide this, the traffic study, these segments are divided based on a number of criteria. Number one, homogeneity of land use and activities. Number two, social and economic characteristics of the population. Number three, the cross separation caused by horizontal roads and metro routes. Number 4, the construction work and modification on the traffic, like bridges and tunnels and etc. The major changes where the bridges are constructed and made a significant modification to the road typical section. That's what caused the problem. Segment A starts from Mustarad industrial area, which is a low-income housing, to Matareya Square. Segment B starts from Matareya Square, crossing administrative area, commercial mixed use, medium income socioeconomic, and finally the segment C starts from El Suez streets, crossing Masr Al-Jadida, which is a high-income residential mixed-use area, to Almaza Airport. The traffic study technique we used in this research is the traffic study have been conducted on these criteria. Number 1, estimation of car units in both directions of the corridor, counting separately in every direction where traffic and changes has been made to the road typical section. Counting includes all types of vehicle which transformed later into a traffic unit. Also, in addition, counting separate traffic units that uses the corridor as a transition from east to west sides of the corridor, with the direct flow of using the corridor as a transportation from east and west of Greater Cairo. This table indicates the traffic study details of the counting of the car units in both directions, and it's divided into which car units used the corridor as a transition from east and west Greater Cairo, and in addition, how many car units are using the corridor as a local transportation from site to a site, which is the reason why we conducted this research. The analysis of the traffic study and conclusion indicates in that table shows the counts of traffic units and percentage in both directions of Ain Shams corridor. And to conclude the results, let's say around 34% of the traffic units uses the corridor as a transition between east and west of Greater Cairo, while 66% of the traffic units use the corridor as local transition to move and to reach other areas at the same area or inner context. The typical cross-section reduced about 59% because of the construction bridges and transition point, which created by itself a traffic jam in transition points for local traffic. On the other hand, the travel time for local traffic has been increased by 38% of the original time due to the traffic jams in transition points and horizontal crossing in U-turns. To discuss this, the corridors have been solved the time travel for east-west crossing, but at the same time increased the time travel for local travel. In addition, the corridor served well only 36% of the traffic, but created problems for the rest of the 64% of local travel. In addition, the dense mixed land use in both sides of the corridor created traffic jams, especially there's no parking spaces for the current situation, which indicates that the corridor construction work, bridges, it is not the best solution, but instead using automated traffic management technology and provide spaces for mixed-use parking could have solved the problem without extra cost and construction modification. In addition, these corridors are not based on pre-traffic study to propose solutions, the efficient solution for traffic flow, but based on different reasons, political or economic or whatever. In addition, the corridor didn't take into consideration the nature of urban fabric, inner Cairo, that needed to be treated more sensitive in terms of traffic transition management. To wrap it up, is let's say the corridors of Greater Cairo really solve the regional transition traffic, but let's say it's created more problems for the local traffic, especially when we are talking about 64 or 65% of the total traffic units on these corridors are moving locally. They are trying to move from a site to another, which indicates that that these corridors are best for 36% of the traffic units, but it causes a problem for a major percentage, like 64%, which is not wise and could have been more efficient if there's a brief traffic study has been conducted before doing that. Thank you very much.
Just say sometimes the good intentions of government plans causes more problem, especially when we are not conducted any pre-feasibility study before. We will move to the last one in this session, is the bridging the gap in traffic safety through SWOT and TOWS analysis in QSTM. It's by Sakari Adam Farah and Dr. Mustafa Allah.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining this section. I'm Sakari Adam Farah, presenting from Alanya University, Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. Today I will be sharing insights from our study titled Bridging the Gap in Traffic Safety through SWOT and TOWS analysis within QSPM framework. This study was guided by my assistant professor, Dr. Mustafa Allah. In this study, we delve into strategic analysis to address the persistent challenges of road traffic safety, leveraging SWOT, TOWS, and QSPM frameworks to propose actionable strategy. Our goal is clear: to enhance road safety and reduce the devastating impact of road accidents globally. Here is my outline. Let's go straight into each section. In this section, I will discuss the significant global challenge posed by road traffic accidents. These accidents are not just numbers, they represent a major public health crisis leading to injuries, disabilities, and deaths. Every year, about 1.35 million people die as a result of road traffic accidents, and up to 50 million people suffer injuries. That means approximately 3,700 people lose their lives every single day due to these accidents. Road traffic accidents are the leading cause of death for children and young people aged 5 to 29, making them one of the top public health threats globally. 2018 report by World Health Organization highlighted that the death rates in low-income countries are 3 times higher than in high-income countries. Some studies underline that road accidents are among the top 3 causes of death worldwide and are expected to become the 5th highest cause of death by 2030. This data not only emphasizes the urgency of addressing this issue, but also sets the stage for discussing how strategic analysis like SWOT, TOWS, and QSPM can be instrumental in curbing these devastating figures. Moving on to the objective of our study, the primary goal is to improve road safety through a strategic approach using SWOT analysis, TOWS matrices, and the quantitative strategic planning matrices, or QSPM. The goal is to evaluate and select the best strategies based on expert opinions to enhance traffic safety regulations and technology applications. This research will help guide effective policymaking and practical implementations for several years. In our methodology, we performed a detailed evaluation and road safety using SWOT and TOWS analysis to examine both internal and external factors that affect traffic safety.
We then applied the quantitative strategic planning matrix, QSPM, to prioritize this strategic based on their impact. To ensure our analysis was grounded in real-world insights, we engaged transportation experts through questionnaires, asking them to weight the relevance of different SWOT factors. This approach helps to ensure our strategies are informed by both professional and academic perspectives, making them directly applicable to enhance food safety. In our SWOT analysis, we focused on identifying the key internal strengths and weaknesses, as well as external opportunities and threats related to traffic safety. We collaborated with transportation experts from both academic institutions and transportation agents to gather these insights. This method helps us understand and address all important factors that can influence traffic safety from every angle. Here are our SWOT analyzed factors. We have our internal factors, strengths, and weaknesses. Each one has 6 factors, as well as we have our external factors, opportunities, and threats. Each one has 6. From here, these factors provide a comprehensive overview of what can help or hinder our efforts in improving food safety. Then, building our SWOT analysis, we conduct a thorough analysis to strategically leverage our strengths to capitalize on opportunities and mitigate threats, while also addressing weaknesses. This analysis helps create specific strategies by combining and prioritizing the internal and external factors identified area. The goal is to enhance traffic safety by turning potential challenges into opportunities and reducing vulnerability through focused interventions. Then we created those analysis strategies. We have 16 strategies. We created from our SWOT analysis to minimize our weaknesses and threats. From here, we want to know the most effective strategies by using QSPM. In the QSPM is a valuable tool for evaluating and ranking different strategies based on internal strengths and weaknesses, as well as our external opportunities and threats factors. We assign weight to these factors reflecting their importance. The total weight for strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities and threats should each add up to 1. To begin, we calculate the average score for each SWOT factor by aggregating expert rating and dividing by the number of experts. The inverse weight is determined by taking 1 and dividing it by the average rating, helping us understand the importance of each factor. Normalization ensures that these inverse weights are logically related within their respective groups. These normalized weights guide us in identifying the most crucial SWOT factors when planning strategies in the QSPM. In the QSPM matrix, we list these strategies under consideration and score each strategy based on its alignment with important factors, using a scale from 1, not very attractive, to 4, highly attractive. This score assigned only to factors that significantly influence the ability of the strategy. The total score for each strategy is calculated by multiplying the weights of each factor by its attractiveness score. This strategy with the highest total score is considered the most effective, as it's line best with the most crucial factors. Our research and discussion. In our study, we employed the quantitative strategy plan matrices to assess various traffic safety strategies. QSPM allows us to systematically evaluate the attractiveness of each strategy based on internal and external factors. Our analysis revealed several high-impact strategies for enhancing traffic safety. Here is a visual representation of strategies ranked by their total scores. Here, discussion, top strategy. The highest one is S106, and the score is 6.51, emphasizes the critical need for strong, well-enforced traffic laws. Technology-focused strategies, S64 and as well as S603 scores of 5.88 and 5.78 respectively, showcase the importance of technology enhancing road safety, like advanced systems and data driving system. The lowest score strategy was W2T3 score of 3.98, highlights challenges in public transportation availability, pointing to a need for better infrastructure planning. This score revealed priority areas, regulatory strengths, and technology integration for immediate impact, and infrastructure improvements. Our conclusion. Our study emphasized the need for a diverse set of strategies to enhance food safety with a strong support for robust traffic laws and the growing recognition of the importance of advanced technology. Strategies targeting driver education, food maintenance, and public transportation contribute significantly, while economic and tourism-related factors play a crucial role despite receiving less attention. In conclusion, a holistic approach combining law enforcement, technology, education, and infrastructure improvements is essential for effective food safety. To significantly enhance food safety, it's recommended that a holistic approach be adopted, integrating strict enforcement of traffic laws, adoption of advanced technology solutions for challenging weather conditions, and focus on continued driver education and infrastructure maintenance, ensuring a balanced emphasis on both preventive and reactive safety measures. Further, policy for reformulation should prioritize the improvement of public transportation system and the management of urban congestion, acknowledging the impact of economic factors and tourism on road safety, thereby fostering a more sustainable and safe route environment for all users. That's it. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting topic to discuss in this session, and I will encourage now my dear colleagues to answer questions. So please go ahead. Any questions for the last 4 presentations?
Dr. Muhammad, I have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the first research, you mentioned that the most important external factors that affect the urban planning, and one of them was the land use and the movement. And I have seen the same thing in the first paper that you have presented, which was, my question is, honestly, I want to ask a twofold question. One of them is, what is the relationship between the land use and the movement? Which one is affecting the other? Normally, as planning, we do the planning, select the land use, but after that, the movement will change the land use. So I'm wondering if there's any have you found any connection between them, like a single equation that we can understand from that equation, or from that thing, that how much is the impact of the land use on the movement in the future, or the movement on the land use in the future?
If we are looking for an equation, I think there's interrelation between land use and movement. And actually, the first paper is not meant to introduce an equation. More than that, it is talking about how, when we choose the scope of the area, how it is affected by the external. So let's say that's why I got the 2 cases. There's one case is the Giza Plateau, and Giza Plateau has a very magnitude issue. It has a lot of external factors, and in the presentation I mentioned, because we're talking about the Giza Plateau, you're talking about the corridors, the regional corridors, the new tourist project. So that's made us, when we made this project, to expand the scope, to understand what is the connection, because when we take action on the area, it will influence. So this is the first paper. The second paper, it was mainly talking about
the corridor.
The second one is we are making corridors to connect east and west. The government policies forgot about the local transportation. Actually, it causes a problem for 65%. That's why, because all the local transportation is moving around this corridor and trying to get from one side to another. So instead of creating a solution, we created a big problem. because all the land user movement in the local level is trying to get from this side to this side. So this is what the second presentation is about. I hope
But doctor, for the second paper, you mentioned that those numbers that for the cars, you counted the cars, which is 2,700,
we actually
400.
we conducted a traffic study.
Yeah, you said you mentioned that these numbers are not accurate, but it could not be used for later for suggest solutions. But if those numbers are accurate and 100%,
I didn't mention that.
No, you mentioned that you cannot use it for suggesting solution, if I'm not wrong. Something like that you mentioned.
I said, well, maybe the sound of the presentation was there's something wrong. No, but I mentioned that this traffic study and this count was accurate, and we can use it.
Okay, it is accurate. Okay,
all right.
Okay, it is accurate. So So I'm thinking about the solution. This is the same question, doesn't that? What is your proposal for reduce? Because you mentioned, I think 63% are suffering from delaying, and you have a congestion.
Yeah, because actually, the what I'm trying to say in this presentation is we reduce the road section. The road section previously, before these bridges, to create these corridors, was, let's say, it's 75%. It's okay. So what I'm suggesting is we can use like traffic management. It's okay. We can manage that. Because what you can see is, okay, I'm crossing from one segment to another by a bridge. And then I'm facing the local transportation. So actually, me, as I'm transporting from the east to the west side of Cairo, I'm still delayed. So that's what I'm trying to say, is the bridges is not the best solution. We can create a traffic management. We can provide a parking space. Actually, this will make fluidity in this the traffic.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
Thank you. Thank you. Other questions, please, my colleague. We are already delayed from the first session, so if there is no more questions, we can start the second one.
Okay.
So there's any questions, my colleague? Okay. So let's start with the fifth one, with the fifth presentation. It's micro-mobility integration in Indian urban spaces, a case study of Whitefield, Bangalore. It's by Athira Anil, by Pintu Jesse, and assistant professor Rusi Sasidan.
Hi, my name is Athira Anil, and I'm from College of Engineering, Trivandrum.
The sound is too low.
And I'm going to present on the topic micro-mobility integration in Indian urban spaces, a case study of Whitefield, Bangalore. So these are the abbreviations that I am going to use throughout this presentation. So the world is transitioning towards a public transit-oriented landscape, and there is a need to reduce global carbon footprint. A new emerging solution to sustainable transportation was introduced in the late 2010s, where shared electric vehicles are used.
There's no way to increase the volume of it.
It is too low. It's from the source. That's why I switched on the.
Micro-mobility vehicles are small and powered option for short urban travels, and they are scattered across the city for anyone to use, forming an advanced bicycle sharing system. So the main potential of the study is to explore integration of micromobility into Indian transportation system. That is, India has a strong public transportation infrastructure, but they lack in micromobility solutions. Benefits of integrating micromobility: increases sustainability. That is, major cities in India are already suffering from excessive pollution as shown in the graph, and over 40% of the oil and oil products are used up in the running of vehicles. Improved connectivity solution. That is, micromobility in urban areas has significant potential to address first mile and last mile challenges, enhances access to public transport. Impact on future street. Future cities will feature multimodal transport system where various modes are going to compete for space, and there is a necessity to design these future spaces. And related theories. Theory of land use transport interaction. There is a two-way interaction between urban land use and transport. The distribution of land use determines the location of activity, and transportation systems can directly change built environment at the node and link level. Research questions include: how were cities globally implementing micromobility? How have Indian cities implemented micromobility and its contribution in the city? How does the implementation and regulatory framework of micromobility differ globally and with India? And what factors contribute to these variations in the adoption and management of micromobility solution in urban environments? So the objective framework, like research questions, are used to derive objectives, which will be described in next slide. The aim is to understand the key factors influencing the adoption and management of micromobility solution in diverse urban contexts in India. We are using comprehensive comparative analysis method. Objectives include: analyze the strategies undertaken by cities worldwide to implement micromobility, analyze the strategies undertaken by Indian cities to implement micromobility, investigate the challenges faced by Indian cities in integrating micromobility into existing urban system, identify commonalities and differences in approaches taken by both, and do a comparative study, formulation of design strategies. Methodologies: the action plan was derived for each objective. This includes selection of literature studies and literature case studies, and identify parameters from this literature studies, and using these parameters a live case study was analyzed, and expert interview, qualitative survey, etc. were done, and all of this is done in order to finally reach a comparative analysis, inference, and a conclusion. These are the parameter: built environment, design standard, accessibility, demography, distribution, and imageability. Study is Whitefield, Bangalore. Why was Whitefield chosen? Is because it already has a dedicated micromobility solution accessible by the general public, and the area also has a growing market for this MMV vehicles. And the area has mixed nature in demography, and there is a lot of public transportation, which include metros and public buses that are being used by these people. So that is why Whitefield was chosen. And when studying the area of Whitefield according to the parameters, first one is demography. We can see that it can be divided into two, that is for work and for leisure. So for work, which means that the people like delivery guys, etc., uses this micro mobility vehicles because it is actually cheaper than using their cell phone vehicles. This is the distribution map according to the land use. We can say that there are a lot of micromobility hubs available in the metro area and next to the main roads, etc. But as we move away from the main roads, the number of hubs also reduces. And in this, the number of hubs in the residential area is much lesser when compared to that of the commercial area. But it is not a very efficient method of distribution, because if we don't have a micro mobility vehicle available next to our home, we will obviously use our cell phone vehicle to reach the commercial area and to reach the workplace, etc. So the first mile solution should be cleared before we are moving on to the last mile solution. So parking, there is an issue of not having a dedicated parking, and it actually disrupts the pedestrian pathways as well. And so it is best for parkings to be a bit away from the roads, pedestrian footpaths, etc. And doesn't have a dedicated lane, and there are no barriers, etc. So it shall be provided for in order to make it more safe, the usage of micromobility vehicles more safe. So there is illegal crossing of lane, compromised use, wrong side, etc. being done. And accessibility, we can say that most of these micromobility vehicles are being marketed for these workers rather than the pedestrians. So there is a less availability of these vehicles, and it is not visible in the area. The hubs are not visible. It's just a two-dimensional entity, and there is no attractiveness, there is no visibility factor, etc. to these hubs. And there was also another observation, which means that these hubs are not integrated with the built environment. There is no street furniture, and there is no human activity or human interaction happening. So in order to overcome all these issues, we can say that there are certain design strategies can be implemented, which includes the decentralization, that is integrating this hubs into the built environment and into the building complexes, and creating opportunity for human interaction, etc., surrounding this hub. And creating public buildings that has micro mobility vehicle accessible lifts, and providing showers, etc. Like if a person is going to use this micro mobility vehicles on a daily basis, like the bicycles, etc., they need to have a shower, they need to have a changing room, etc. So that can be provided in the public spaces as well. And parking bays can also be provided in the buildings, etc. And parklets, racks, and corals, etc., can be given in the hubs, so that there is a visibility factor, there is an actual form to this hubs. And in order to it shall not disrupt the pedestrian pathway, so the parking can be niched into a corner, and things like that can be done. So in order to make this use of micromobility vehicles more safe, we need to have color coded lanes. There can be symbols, there can be slow streets, etc., shall be provided. Then we need to have shades, and we need to have trees and bushes, etc., so that the drive may be more pleasurable. Then decentralization of the hubs can be done, like it shall be distributed among the paths and among the buildings, and at least one hubs can be provided every 100 meters. And colorful signages, ramps, interactive maps, ticket vending machines, etc., can be given, so that it is more visible, and affordable fair prices according to Indian markets, etc., shall also be given. And multiple types of micro mobility vehicles that can cater to the needs of different types of people shall also be provided, so that many people find it easier to use this micro mobility vehicle. Then it shall be given, the hub shall be given a proper identity, human activity. It can act as a landmark, and improving of the connectivity towards the nodes, creating more links, etc., can also be done. And the minor spine, instead of focusing on the major spine, the minor spines and the minor nodes can also be identified, so that the distribution of these vehicles is more practical and more efficient. And although in conclusion, although exists in wide field, it is not designed very effectively and not integrated well with the built environment of the city. So the present implementation lacks thought and is not visible and imageable, making it a niche transportation with limited adoption. With better design solution, careful planning, and improved availability, the current network can become a more robust transportation system with increased adaptivity. Thank you. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Atira, for that interesting presentation. And let's move to the next one, because we are suffering a bit delay. The next presentation is parental preference influencing home to school distance in urban India, a case of visa city, India. It's by Reddy Kumar, Assistant Professor Ram Satish.
Everyone, my name is R. Rohini Kumar. I am a PhD scholar at the Department of Architecture and Planning, IIT Roorkee, India. I am delighted to present my work at the 7th International Conference of Contemporary Affairs in Architecture and Urbanism. My research titled as Exploring Factors Influencing Home to School Distance in Urban India, a study on parental preferences in Visakhapatnam city. Let's dive into the presentation. What is the need of studying home to school distance? Historically, the school in the neighborhood unit served as a significant and irreplaceable role in urban planning and community development. As we all know, Clarence Arthur Perry, an American planner who developed a concept called neighborhood unit design in the early 20th century. According to his concept, the school is the key element in functioning of the urban neighborhood unit. The concept also specifies school children doesn't need to travel long distances for schooling, and the school should be located at the center of the, preferably at the center of the neighborhood unit. Eventually, this concept was widely adopted by many urban planners across the world. What is the current scenario? Currently, in India, more than 265 million children travel for schooling every day in both rural and urban areas. Over the last 2 decades, India has witnessed a growth of 5.4% in new schools and 7-fold growth in automobiles. Many studies claim that approximately 30% of road traffic congestion is contributed by school trips. Further, such commutes also contribute burden to urban transportation infrastructure and adversely affect other road users and the environment. The right side image shows various school commute typologies. These are categorized into 3 categories: shorter school commutes, moderate school commutes, longer school commutes. Most of the shorter school commutes are dominated by active school commutes by walking and cycling. These are mostly recommended by the urban planners for the children's cognitive and physical development. Whereas the moderate and longer commutes keeps children vulnerable to traffic and health related issues. Hence, the research question is, since every neighborhood is facilitated with a school, what are the factors affect the parents' preferences to avoid local neighborhood schools for their children's education? Existing literature says parents are the key decision makers in school selection for their children's education. Many recent studies say distance, location, quality of education, and financial considerations are the utmost factors parents consider when selecting a school for their children. Further, few studies in developing nations report household factors like gender of the child, number of children, birth order of the siblings have a significant impact on school selection, particularly marginal economic families. In the study, we have used methods for developing a questionnaire. We have identified a set of indicators from the literature on demographic, socio-economic, built environment, and non-spatial attributes of the schools. And the study area we selected as Visakhapatnam city. And data collection, the spatial data collected on-foot survey by the researcher, and demographic, socio-economic, and non-spatial attributes of the schools were collected through the questionnaire survey distributed to the children's parents. And finally, the statistical analysis were performed in the IBM SPSS. All descriptive statistics are summarized into percentages, and the variables used in the study are categorical in nature. Hence, the chi-square correlation test was employed to assess the association between independent and dependent variable. Finally, the significant variables were taken into consideration for developing a multinomial logistic regression model to predict the odds of home to school distance. The left side are the set of indicators identified from the literature. Those are categorized into 4 categories: child characteristics, household characteristics, built environment characteristics, schools non-spatial attributes. And we have distributed a bilingual questionnaire to school children parents. When it comes to study context, we have taken Visakhapatnam as a case area. Visakhapatnam is a metropolitan city and a major hub for educational, industrial, and commercial activities in the state of Andhra Pradesh in India. The brief of the study is clearly communicated, and informed consent is taken from the participants. In this study, we have used cross-sectional study in 4 distinct urban neighborhood areas in Visakhapatnam city. Neighborhoods were selected based on the specific urban characteristics. Random sampling was used to distribute the instrument in data collection. The right side images shows the location of city and location of neighborhoods within the city. These are the specific urban characteristics of the selected 4 neighborhoods. However, in the study, we didn't gone for the detailed neighborhood level analysis. Coming to the results, an overall 409 responses were received from the questionnaire survey and described the sample characteristics in percentages. The right side bar chart represents the characteristics of the sample. We have asked 2 questions to the participant to test our hypothesis, whether the children are studying within the neighborhood school or outside the neighborhood school. The responses we received represents 37% of the families send their children to schools within 1 kilometer and 54% parents send their children above 1 kilometer range. Surprisingly, 9% of parents send at least one of the child to 1 kilometer. Further, we have conducted correlations. In child characteristics, age and education level of the child has shown a significant association, whereas gender of the child doesn't have any association between home to school distance. Similarly, household characteristics, parents' education and occupants doesn't have any significance, whereas annual income of the family and number of children in the family has a significant association for selecting home to school distance. Similarly, in non-special attributes of the school, board of affiliation, management type, level of education of the school has significant association between home to school distance, whereas medium of instruction, type of education offered doesn't have any significance. Finally, we have conducted a multinomial logistic regression model to predict the odds of home to school distance. In this model, only significant correlated variables are taken into the consideration. The dependent variable has divided into 4 categories. The base category or reference category is less than 1 kilometer, and predicted categories are 1 to 2, 2 to 5, and above 5 kilometer categories. Within 1 to 2 kilometers category, only the number of school children has shown the significant association, as 1 unit increase in the school children in the family, number of school children in the family has a negative impact of 0.5 to 9 times in preferring 1 to 2 kilometers range. Similarly, in 2 to 5 kilometers category, board of child's education, number of school children in the family, education level of the child has a significant association. And finally, in the above 5 kilometers category, board of affiliation, number of school children, education level of the child, and annual income of the family are significantly correlating. The study explains how demographic, socioeconomic factors and schools' non-spatial attributes influence parents' preferences in school selection concerning home to school distance in urban areas. In this regard, the findings from the case of Visakhapatnam show that significant determinants of home to school distance are age and the number of school children in the family are demographic factors, family's income as a socioeconomic factor, and attitude towards the board of education and school management type are the non-spatial attributes of the school. This study has further offered a new dimension to rethink the theoretical perspectives that have defined in the traditional neighborhood concepts by Clarence Arthur Perry and Lewis Mumford on the importance of neighborhood unit design from a developing country's position. The fact is that cities are ever changing with their demographic and socioeconomic needs. The infrastructure setups for education resources within the urban areas are also drastically changing for the development causes with the competitive spirit. These are the list of references. With this, I would like to thank everyone.
Thank you, Reddy, for the interesting presentation. Let's move to the third one in this session. It's measuring perceived usability, a bibliometric review. It's by Ozgi Simon, Professor Dr. Ashley Stronger, and Associate Professor Dr. Diria Ozir.
Hello everyone, it is an honor for me to be here to discuss an issue that has a major impact on our daily lives, yet is often ignored walkability. My name is Özge Ceylin Yıldırım, and I will take you through a bibliometric review spanning 2 decades that focus on how we perceive and measure walkability in urban environments. Let's briefly go over what we will cover. First one, introduction. Second, methodology used for bibliometric analysis. Third one, key results and trends observed. Fourth one, discussion on implication and future direction. And finally, concluding thoughts and recommendations. I hope to provide you with a comprehensive understanding of the evolving landscape of walkability research. Our study begins with a fundamental belief that global challenges from climate change to urban sprawl require a human-centric approach to urban planning. Quality of life, which is strongly influenced by design of our cities, provides the foundation for this discussion. We explore how urban design enhances quality of life through improved walkability, which affects not only health, but also social connection and sustainability. The nature of walkability, defined as the ease of moving around and space without depends on the car, is analyzed both in terms of public health benefits and its wider impact on modern mobility. It is based on how individuals perceive their walking environment and differs from objective walkability assessment. Also, it emphasizes that personal experiences, preferences, and constraints are important in shaping individual interaction with the urban environment. This study, as a systematic review of the literature on perceived walkability, provides a comprehensive overview of the current state of research and development in this field. This literature review contributes to advancement and effective use of perceived walkability in urban design and planning by helping to identify knowledge gaps and guiding future research direction. Therefore, this paper aims to provide a comprehensive analysis of the literature on perceived walkability by examining patterns, key themes, trends, and changes to the map, the relationship and development in research fields. The first phase is the identification of research questions. Second phase explains the methodology and rationale for the selection criteria. Third phase involves the identification of the database used for the literature review and search terms. The last phase presents a database research and selection criteria for the documents. In our bibliometric analysis, we utilize the Web of Science as our primary data source, ensuring a comprehensive review of the literature on walkability. Using VOSWeaver, we perform detailed visualization of keyword co-occurrence and analyze publication trends across countries. This method allows us to identify not only the volume research, but also the thematic and geographic distribution of studies concerning walkability. Our findings revealed robust increase in walkability research, particularly highlighting how environmental design influences pedestrian behavior. As shown in figure, publication of walkability and perception, which refers to the walkability of an area, have increased in 2003. Table 1 presents the top 10 WOS categories with the highest range. The diversity of economic fields involved, including transportation, environment, sustainable technology, geography, illustrate the complex nature of studies. Also, the 10 leading journals in walkability research show table second. These journals highlight that are most engaged in the discourse on walkability, emphasizing the field's interdisciplinary nature. Our dataset was subjected to keywords co-occurrence analysis using VOSWeaver software with the link-long modularity normalization method. A minimum threshold of 8 keywords was set. Key clustering. The clusters were delineated using a mixture of VOSWeaver automated clustering algorithms and manual review to maintain semantic consistency. The 103 keywords have been collected and grouped in the 7 clusters based on how closely their characteristics areas of application, and connection was fever match. Each keyword in the network is part of only one cluster. Figure display the chronological appearance of keywords, with darker colors indicating early appearances. The intensity of yellow color on the left side of the network map indicates that research conducted after 2021 remains relevant. Recent research trends include deep learning, machine learning, Google Street Image technology-based measurement techniques. The network diagram includes 13 poor countries and 2 clusters. The USA ranks highest in terms of cooperation index between countries, indicating strong collaboration with other nations. Based on the previous bibliometric analysis and the content of articles, the advantages and disadvantages of the research methodology, scope, and results of selected articles were broadly categorized. A roadmap for the critical review is shown in the figure. The table insight regarding the integration of objective and subjective data through GIS to understand walking habits and urban space usage. It neatly captures the core activities of the study involved, their analytical focus, the challenges encouraged, and contributions made towards advancing the understanding of walkability. These studies utilize walkability audits like NAVS-A, and Maps Global Ascent, combining surveys and GIS data to examine the interplay between physical attributes such as housing density and land use and perceptual aspects like comfort and motivation, while they effectively integrate objective and subjective data for those analysis. They face limitations related to seasonal variations and potential biases in perceptual measurements. Recent studies innovative technology to measure perceived walkability, analyzing both physical and perceptual characteristics. Tools like Google Street View and echolometers assess walking times and socio-demographic impacts on walkability using both objective data and self-report. Additionally, technologies such as Google Street View with computer vision, open street mapping with machine learning, and virtual reality offer virtual visual urban analysis and depth accessibility assessment. These advancements enhance walkability measurement methods, but also introduce challenges related to seasonal and socio-economic variables. Discussing the implication of our findings, we emphasize the necessity for urban planners to consider walkability as a fundamental aspect of sustainable city design. The research highlights a shift towards more holistic approaches in urban planning, integrating psychological, sociocultural, and technological factors to create environments that support healthy and active lifestyle. The study also identified future research direction, highlighting the lack of studies on walkability in Asia and other low-income countries, and suggesting opportunities for research and finding in these regions. Future research should focus on integrating psychological and sociocultural factors into urban design, advanced data collection techniques, enhanced use of GIS and participatory planning, comprehensive measurement of walkability, inclusive research approaches, technological integration for real-time feedback, and also cross-disciplinary approach. To conclude, our review demonstrates the critical importance of continued research in the field of walkability. It highlights the need for innovative assessment tools that incorporate both physical and perceptual elements of walkability. Future research should aim to explore diverse contexts and include a broader demographic to fully understand the impact of walkability across different populations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Yildirim, for the interesting presentation. And now we move on to our last presentation in this session.
Socioeconomic.
It's Socioeconomic impact of mass rapid transit system by Professor Shahayar Iqbal Raz, Professor Immaculada Moini, Sanchez, and Susanna Khatun.
Impact of mass rapid transit, MRT, system. This research is conducted by Assistant Professor Shahryar Iqbal Raj, Professor Dr. Immaculada Mohino Sans, Farjana Khatun. This presentation is assisted by AI-generated text-to-speech. Mass rapid transport in Dhaka. Mass rapid transport has evolved as a crucial element of contemporary urban transportation infrastructure, where it grapples in congested and polluted cities like Dhaka, Bangladesh. This research considered Dhaka, the capital of Bangladesh, as the case study. Dhaka is implementing its first MRT route with 17 stations, 3 are located in Mirpur. Mirpur is a crucial area due to its sizable economy and population, making it a valuable case study for understanding the effects of the MRT system. The urban Dhaka. Dhaka, the capital of Bangladesh, is one of the largest and most densely populated cities, consisting of over 10.2 million people, population and housing census, 2022. Due to rapid urbanization, increasing population, and migration influx, Dhaka's demand for infrastructure and services is growing, resulting in unbearable traffic congestion. The Dhaka Metropolitan Authority, DMA, relies primarily on road transport, which includes cars, buses, minibuses, auto rickshaws, cycle rickshaws, human haulers, etc. Different manual and automated transportation modes with various speed and safety concerns are becoming critical issues that cause unbearable traffic congestion and accidents. Implementing transport-oriented development, TOD, to become a sustainable city is essential to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, by 2030. The objectives for this research are: 1. To identify the socio-economic factors and their impact on the study area. 2. To understand the need for proactive legislative changes and infrastructural improvements to maximize the success of the MRT stations at Mirpur. Research methodology. The study used quantitative and qualitative techniques and primary data collection. The focus included 3 MRT stations, all of which are located in the Mirpur area. Preliminary data were collected from these 3 stations by selecting a random online/physical survey protocol. The stations were physically observed to understand existing infrastructure and social, economic, and development activities. This variety of methods and sources of data provides socio-economic variation in the study area and a comprehensive view of the benefits of TOD through the Mirpur area. Identified socio-economic impact of mass rapid transit. Social impacts. 1. Accessibility and mobility. 2. Availability and affordability. 3. Quality and reliability. 4. Safety and security. 5. Health. Economic impacts. 1. Public involvement. 2. Time saving. 3. Economic benefits. 4. Job housing ratio. Study area analysis. The Mirpur area is predominantly residential in Dhaka. Roadside mixed-use developments are visible. Once there, many small garment industries flourished in this area because of the supply of cheap labor from nearby neighborhoods. However, the scenario has been changed in the last decade. The job scope of garment industries is replaced with small furniture manufacturing workshops, vehicle repair workshops, small manufacturing industries, and retail shops. Most of the streets at Mirpur and the adjacent area are comprehensive, and alternative connectivity has been created with well-bitumen carpeted road networks. In addition, a linked flyover and a new MRT route are developed to ensure ease of traffic and speedy connectivity. However, Mirpur's significant challenges are the lack of a well-designed footpath network, the illegal encroachment of hawkers, and road-adjacent economic activities. Data analysis from field survey. This investigation explores respondents' differing perspectives about how the new MRT system might affect housing, the economy, and transportation systems. A survey on 208 people within at least a mile radius of the study area of concerned MRT stations would directly impact was used to gather data. Among the total respondents, 51.4% were male, 48.1% were female, and the rest did not prefer to answer. Many female respondents are between 18 and 24 and are students by profession. On the other hand, most male respondents were employed and aged between 25 and 44. A minimal number of respondents were under 18. And no respondents were over the age of 55. Figure 4 is the reference chart. In the pie chart 1, 39% of the respondents believe introducing a new MRT system would effectively reduce traffic congestion in the Mirpur region. However, 41% of respondents were unsure about the impact. Only 5% of respondents strongly agreed about the ability of MRT to decrease traffic problems. The rest expressed doubts about the positive impact on traffic congestion. In this fourth chart, 79% of respondents agreed on the potential time-saving advantages, and in the fifth chart sizable fraction, 73%, recognizes that there may be a price hike in property values close to MRT stations. A sizable minority continue to express worries about the magnitude of the impact and economic uncertainty. Recommendation: 1. Infrastructure investment. 2. Integration with current transport systems. 3. Accessibility and inclusivity. 4. Environmental sustainability. 5. Safety precautions. 6. Public education efforts. 7. Regulatory framework. 8. Urban planning and development. Conclusion: a comprehensive examination of the socio-economic impacts resulting from implementing Mirpur's mass rapid transit (MRT) system illuminates the intricate relationship between community growth and urban transportation infrastructure. Mirpur, a vibrant ward in Dhaka, serves as a compelling case study, showcasing the nuanced dynamics between MRT systems and a diverse urban landscape. In summary, this research significantly advances our understanding of urban development and transportation by providing a detailed comprehension of the socio-economic consequences associated with MRT systems. Stakeholders can foster the efficient establishment and enhancement of MRT systems in rapidly expanding metropolitan areas like Mirpur by leveraging these insights and addressing the identified challenges. This collective effort will ultimately cultivate Dhaka's more prosperous, sustainable, and interconnected urban future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shahriyar, for the interesting presentation. And now, my dear colleagues, the floor is open for your questions for the last session of the conference. Please go ahead. My dear colleagues, the floor now is open for questions. Okay, so I can see that there's no questions. Let's wrap it up right now for this session. A lot of lessons have been learned in this session. Actually, myself, it was very interesting presentation. Let's say number one is transportation and land use are important. Actually, in terms of understanding it within the urban context, especially in actual area planning. Number two is enhancing urban environment by using sustainable transportation solutions is a very key issue in dealing with movement in the city. Let's say the lesson number three is the government plans must be integrated within the transport management system, and it should be integrated within the feasibility studies when we conduct amazing transportation plans like the transit system or the moving corridors. Another interesting issue is walkability is essential. Walkability, of course, from the city. You have to use GIS, the Geographic Information System, to enhance the sustainability of walkability through the city. for urban spaces, for school distance. I think it's very important key issues here. And finally, the mass transit to take into consideration the socio-economic factors when we are planning it in the city. I'd like finally to thank my co-chair, Dr. Shahriyar Raj, and I'd like to thank all the colleagues attended this session. It was a very interesting presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yusuf, and all the participants.
Dr. Shahriyar, if you have something to conclude, have the floor, please.
No, I just like to thank all, especially you, for chairing the session. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody. Thank you for attending this session, and see you later in our conference, successful conference like this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. Thank you, everyone. I think even the time is up. Thank you. For being, Thank you for being here. It was a good opportunity to meet you all here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.